I'm sure the tuk-tuk we are seeing now is not the original tuk-tuk. Someone said, let me put a motor on this thing. And it started moving and started improving on it, making it better. So, looking at that, each one of us here can pick one thing here from that guy, and we can create a business. I think that's what basically we are saying. The whole thing went off again. Anybody who can help me to put it on? So, what we are trying to do.
The future of Kenya lies in the hands of its youth, full of energy, ideas and dreams, waiting for an opportunity to rise, to shine and make an impact. Introducing Fursa Kenya, an organization dedicated to unlocking the potential of every Kenyan youth. Change begins with you. Simama ujitokeze. On 22nd of November, join us at the Bandari Maritime Academy from 8 a.m. for the LETA Solution Mombasa edition. Tujimarishe sisi kwa sisi kama the youth of Mombasa. It is a moment of productive change. Mwanzo mpya for the coastal youth to showcase full potential through the LETA Solution initiative. The future of Kenya lies in the hands of the youths. IU corporate organizations, NGOs, CBOs, government leaders, educational institutions, media or professionals across the region. Join us as we transform the lives of the youths in Mombasa. We believe when we come together, we share the power of dreams. Through our mega seminars happening in every county, we are providing guidance on essential skills and profitable investments, helping the youth to turn their passion into purpose. Let's inspire the next generation of leaders, creators and innovators at the coast. Together, we can make a difference by opening doors to opportunity and fostering a culture of success. Let's connect them to opportunities both locally and internationally, equipping them with the tools to succeed. From business to arts, education to governance, we are bringing leaders from any sector to inspire the youth. The future of the cause starts now. Pamoja, let's empower the youth of Mombasa for a better change. LETA Solution Mombasa Edition, empowering change.
But if we are not then business people who can create business, then we are employees. And I think as an employee also is not, you must understand the principles of business. So that the organization you are working in, you must support it to be able to create more money so that they pay you money because that's your talent. So I think that way then you find that.
Before we move on, we understand that we have our Muslim brothers and sisters in the house. There's this gentleman in yellow here. If you want to go and pray, please follow him quietly. Thank you. We can continue.
Thank you. Now, I alluded to you that we searched and we thought we are so limited in health in terms of entrepreneurial opportunities. I want you to follow this list. When we discussed, we realized that with the medicine, there's home care services, there's health information bureau services, there's medical catering services. Maybe let me talk about this a bit. We, like now, first of all, I don't know how many, some of us, I'm sure from the definition, we know what telemedicine means. Means that you can be treated at a distance. All of us have been crying that we don't have enough consultants, we don't have people who know how, and that's why we keep on spending money to go to India, to be seen and all that. When actually a few places now, telemedicine is picking up that there can be someone closer to you who can do the general things, and then like taking x-rays from you, examining you, following you up. But now the real diagnosis is posted online and someone looks at it and then can be able to give you a solution. Without. So you can find that the issue of having few consultants, for example, all seated in Nairobi, we can still use them wherever they are or even abroad and we can get it here. Home care services, right now, actually is a trend. You rather be nursed at home. One, the biggest of all, you know that when we go to hospital, you can go with a wound on your foot and come back with TB. Do you know that? Because it's a place where all these sickness, all viruses, all bacteria are brought, in a way. So for most people now is that what has been lacking is that we have not trained people to understand that home care is actually a business that can be done. You go to hospital, you are diagnosed, and then you go back home, and then people can come and nurse you at home. You will have reduced your cost of staying in the hospitals. And in fact, if you look at the trend is emerging where people are building very high-end hospitals, but as outpatient. The inpatient part is going to be separate, or is going to be at home. Now, health information bureaus, we are saying that, in fact, that one, as North Coast, we are practicing it. Anybody who will ever want, which is our original idea, where people go for information. You don't go there for medicine. People at first thought you guys are joking. We are not coming to waste time if you have no medicine. But with the time, people have started coming. You come there, you weigh, you take your weight, you are taking your blood pressure, you are examined orally, everything, and then you go home. Medical catering. This one is also one aspect where we are saying that there are people now we are training in North Coast, and actually North Coast is the only one so far where we are training someone who can take care of can listen to you as a sick person. We all know that when you are sick, sometimes you lose appetite, you have nausea, you want to vomit. But normally what happens in most of the public hospitals, you go, food is placed there at your side, like that round, and then after 1 hour, they come and collect the food. You have not even touched it. They collect it, put it in, go and store it. And they say the patients have eaten. And let me tell you, the implication of that is so far-reaching, in the sense that you can be sick, you have been treated, given medicine, the bacteria has died in your body, but you are so weak even to wake up out of your bed. You might spend 2 or 3 days again in hospital just trying to regain. You know, the cost of nowadays of hospital, that one is enormous. So these guys can listen to you, can modify the diet to fit your taste. And once you have eaten, they will come and assess. They will measure what they have put on the plate and measure what has remained and calculate the deficit that you have not put it and supplement it so that we spend as little time as possible in the hospital. That is, again, entrepreneurship. That is a solution that has come out of a problem that we have observed. Is that not so? I'm sure that one we all see it when you go to hospital. For me, like for example, when I go to Nairobi, I always alight lazy. The first, after I've alighted from the vehicle, I walk out to a building called Afya Center. I'm sure most of you know it. It's a green building there. And what normally takes me there is just a gourd of uji. It's made so nicely. You know, you take it and you feel, this is nutritious. This guy, we buy a gourd at around 150 shillings. Now, if this guy sells only 100 of them, and you know that's a CBD area, how much money is making per day? Just by that one item alone. 100 shillings times 150 is how much? 15,000 shillings. Is that not a decent job? So, please, we have nutritional products and people, I think there are many, and all of us are now becoming aware that when you want to pick something from here, you want to know, is it planted by chemicals? Is it helping me nutritionally or not? Everything, in fact, including even the lotions and everything. People are looking at all of those aspects. Institution and utilities management, we are saying that also we are training people who are professional in managing institutions. And managing institutions, sometimes you don't have to employ people. The institutions, you don't have, like in a hospital, you have a small hospital. You have to employ an electrician, a plumber, you have to employ a biomedical engineer to repair the machines. And the law actually right nowadays says that you cannot start a hospital without having someone on the ground to repair your equipment and all that. Now, you can train people to set up companies and come in contract with you to be able to repairing those things. That one we're already doing it in North Coast. Use renewable energy, as we have said. There are opportunities there. Environmental sanitation, the way we've said. Emergency and patient care. There are people who can just specialize in that, responding to emergencies. Medical equipment sales. And so imagine from just where initially we were thinking you can only start a clinic and pharmacy. This is so far the list we have made up that people can take up so far. And we are still thinking. So other sectors, I would say, is waste management, there's renewable energy, water, adaptive technology. Adaptive technology, again, this is where I've been very disappointed. We in medical, we normally use a lot of models nowadays, which are like human beings, and they are made of plastic. In this environment of Mombasa, whether you use them or not, after 1 or 2 years, they are torn, they are finished. Some of them even you can think they have been put on fire. And nobody is thinking now, how can I modify this plastic to make it adaptive to this environment? One guy in Pakistan has done it, and now we are importing, instead of importing from Europe, we are importing those things from Pakistan, because now this is an opportunity to adapt this thing. Refurbishing of things, we have seen when you go to hospitals, a lot of machines have been thrown away in a junk. Let me tell you, if you just, it's something small on that machine. A machine that costs millions and millions of shillings is put aside because nobody wants to think, how can I repair it or what can I do about it? Of course, application of ICT in health is there, manufacturing and all that. And of course, lastly, we are saying that what will kickstart us, what will sustain and what will scale up our business is partnerships. Most of us who have dealt with partnerships, you know that partnership can be very challenging in business. True or false? Those ones who have done a bit business. You start off well, you're all laughing, but after a while, because of money, everybody wants more than the other, what, and then you part. But despite that, if you can, by the time you part after 2 or 3 years, at least you have built capacity in yourself, you have understood the environment, and you can go on your own. So we are encouraging that young people, please try to come into partnerships. And for us, like for example, if you're a nurse, you have got a community health worker, you have a nutritionist, you come together, and you have someone maybe who is not even a medical person who has money, can sponsor you, start a company, and you do all these things that we have said. Financing, franchising models, I think you are familiar with them. You start one brand, and people, you can copy from it. That is, you don't have to start your own thing. You can link on someone and hang on someone and be able to do business. Procurement and logistics is also a model that is coming, that you bring resources together or you order things in bulk and then you can distribute. And that's what actually the pharmacy chain links are doing. They import things in bulk at a cheaper price, and then they are able to make more profit. Outsourcing also, outsourcing services, you don't have to employ. So there are all those opportunities. And ladies and gentlemen, without taking a lot of your time, we are saying that, as Malcolm says, when we cease to dream, then we cease to live. I don't know, so long as we are alive and thinking and walking, can we start thinking of something new that you can do? And I'm saying it's actually me, I'm very hopeful in this one. The few times I've gone to the meetings, I've always come out happier than I came in because I can see young people thinking differently. And then, of course, we must keep on dreaming and so that we live. So, for Frusa Kenya North Coast, I think I want to commit ourselves that thank you for inviting us in this. And I can assure you, we are going to LETA solutions. We are going to bring solutions to this. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ruben. Let's give it up for Mr. Ruben. So, do we have any questions before he sits down? Any questions from the audience?
Mwalimu always say,
umesema atakayeuliza swali kuna zawadi.
Yes.
Nimesikia that silently.
As a good teacher, we motivate. We don't carry sticks and beat those ones who don't answer questions. We reward you for saying something.
We motivate them to ask questions. Anybody with a question from the audience?
And Macu, questions are never, there's no right or wrong. There's one there.
Oh, there's one over there.
Yeah. Questions is a question, and there's nothing like a good question or a bad question.
Okay, my name is Emmanuel, and ulikuwa umedisplay picha ya msee alikuwa na mkokoteni na iko na chupa nyingi, na ukasema how can we help him? So I have an idea on how to help him. What if in cost we put some gadgets yenye iko na imedisplay hapo recycle, yenye inaweza recycleiwa na yenye haiwezi, so ambapo every evening anaweza kuwa anakuja anachukua anafunga alafu anaenda na recycle.
Thank you. That's a comment. See, that's all. Let me ask you first before you sit. You say you are a student? You are a student?
Yes, I'm a student from St. Charles, Luanga.
From Charles, Luanga. That's a secondary or primary?
Secondary.
Sorry. Now, let me just encourage you before you sit down. It's you who has brought it out. Can you pick that? How much money do you need to buy? They are normally colored. Green, there's maybe yellow, there's something else, and maybe in the hospital you normally have 3 colors, the red one. You can have money just to put, let's say 10 sites with those recycling thing, and through maybe the support, you get the support of the county government to say that you are helping. And then people put there and then you sell those things. I'm sure you can make money even before you leave school.
Yes.
True or false? Yeah. So thank you for that. And for being our first responder, I want you to join.
Come receive your present. Tumpige makofi.
I don't know what is your size.
Photographers.
And I think that's enough. Is there another one? Maybe make sure that is right. Now, take his number. I think one day you should join North Coast. Come to North Coast and see what you're doing.
Sure.
And we hope to work together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Another question?
I'm sure they are now motivated to ask questions. We have one over there.
2. 1. Oh, there are 3. 4. Let's ask.
Just 4.
Yeah.
Catherine Damba. Nisijajua hii shule mmesema iko wapi, na kama naweza ulizia school fees iko juu ama iko ile mtu kila mtu anaweza pata?
Yeah, that's a good question also, and a very popular question, isn't it? We know it, eh? Now, number 1, how many, I asked this question, how many have an idea where North Coast is? You know, where?
Yeah,
Simama.
Ali Muhammad. Hiyo shule inapatikana Majengo, kuna kabarabara kalami kanashuka hivyo huko. Unatembea ukifika huko utaiona tu.
So kalami kako kale unatembea unafika huko, si ndio? What did you want to say behind there?
So, my name is Alvin Kinyanjui. Here, 3 of us, we have discussed about that man. We have discussed that what if the person is given funds such that they can be able to melt all the bottles by making poles that can stop the cutting of trees, bringing about deforestation. That's all.
Yeah. Before you sit, that's a good idea also, but who is giving the money to him? You or someone else?
An organization, a fund.
And you, where are you in that? Are you going to bring the fund? You are going to set up a fund?
Yes. If I currently I can't.
Yeah, so what we are saying is that please, can you think of what you can do? We said, use the resources that you have, the opportunities you have at that particular moment. Don't wait for when, no. As you are, what can you do to this guy with what you have? Yes. I think I had questions. Maybe, I don't know, because
we'll take 2 more because of time.
Yeah, finish.
Okay.
One there, and then one here. Maybe this guy has not talked. Let's give him a...
The 2 from that side, because none of them
This
have
guy,
spoken.
give him one, and then we finish.
She has not been answered. Eh?
Oh, there are question. And then there's this guy has also asked. Finish.
So my question is, we have so many youths who they want to study medicine, like the way Madam has said. Maybe someone is in Bangladesh, and we know that Bangladesh is very rural. So, what interventions, maybe as part of the LETA solution campaigns, are we going to bring to ensure that every youth has an opportunity to get access to these TVET linkages or courses?
Okay. Yeah, I think I combined with the other question that someone asked about the cost. Maybe let me answer those 2. Or quickly. The quickly is that the way you are thinking, I want you to think like you can offer that solution. For North Coast, we have done it. Where we are is a rural place, and when we went there, actually we have been getting money, a part of our fees, to give it to help. You know, the help, there's a higher loans, education loans board. We have been given money. Right now, we have a lot of money in help, only that we don't know whether we'll get it back or not. But our dream was one day, nobody should want to do a course in health and say have no money. Because our idea was you come and pick that money as a loan and you pay it back when you get a job. Because in health, chances that you get a job are quite high. So that was our dream, but there are future. But there are people even right now. So long as you assess the risk properly, you can give money if you have excess money to be able to do. And there are organizations that are doing that. They are just investing in education and giving loans for education. So long as you follow up and they pay back. So solutions are there. Okay. So maybe because of time, I think we can stop there. Madam MC, I can see you are. But meanwhile, I'm sure there are people who have really asked questions. Or you still, yours is, I've closed you out. MC, can you say something here?
Oh, photographer wants to take a photo of that, so tafadhali stand next to her.
Come. So, Madam, by the way, this is our logo. It's there. So, thank you. Now, I have one last one. I can't take away this one now. Who wants
There was a question right there. There was a gentleman over there who was supposed to ask a question.
Give it the mic.
Okay, first of all, allow me to stand. Thank you. So now, you see, in such settings, a lot is usually spoken about medicine, about IT, like we've talked of, about different aspects. But concerning the mortuary sector, or maybe, I don't know how I should put it, but concerning the mortuary sector, it's less that is usually spoken about. So kindly, I'd need you to at least just mention something about maybe like in the mortuary sector. Are there business ideas that are, and if not business ideas, are there maybe like entrepreneurial ideas maybe that people could come with and kind of make employment? Because, you know, we come from a society whereby we are meant to understand that you see these mortuary attendants, like we've grown with this notion that these people are cold-hearted. Now please, sir, speak about it.
Yeah. Maybe, before I ask, maybe I can put it as that. Among the decent jobs, the most decent jobs is the mortician job. Because you can imagine, and it's all in our mind. You sit with someone, you eat with someone, the moment someone dies, you think you are so far from them, you don't want to even get close to them. How can that not be abnormal? So mortician jobs are there, and there are actually institutions that have started, and it's going to peak. I'm sure it's going to peak because it's one of the most lucrative places in health, in the sector. Yeah, it's a whole course, and it's a very, by the way, you need a lot of facilities to start it. That's the trouble why most of us don't have it. You need fridges, you need to really practice various, you need to buy bodies, to embalm bodies and to practice on them practically. Of course, they are there, but still, because of the mentality that we have, people don't allow their bodies to be given out. But it's an area that if you start, and even with the morticians, there are people who have just started by giving the hearses, the vehicles. Those guys are making money every day. There's that one of embalming. In fact, in some of the countries, people who are the richest are on the morticians. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, because I'm sure she's looking at me, please, that's a good job. And I hope one day you have you can ask for that help.
Thank you so much. Give it up for our first speaker of the day.
As I said, sorry, you have just reminded, in Majengo, how many of us have gone to Mtwapa? Mtwapa? To Majengo? On your way to Kilifi? Kigambala? Between Kigambala and Majengo, as he says, there's a mosque on the left, and you go 4 kilometers inside. So let me tell you. But the moment you will be wondering where you're going, but the moment you reach there, ladies and gentlemen, you will be surprised that don't go to where everybody's going. That is the trouble with us. You try to go, and you see North Coast is there in the most unexpected place. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Ruben from North Coast Medical Training College. I hope we had a very insightful session. So we want to go to the next session very fast. Remember, we started our day quite late, so we're going to take advantage of the short time that we have to make sure that we get a lot of information. So the next person who is coming here is a gentleman from a company ambao kama Waswahili tumekuwa tukiwataja kwa design ambao haifai. Tumekuwa tukiwaita AA Kenya. Wangapi walikuwa wanaita AA Kenya? Watu wa AA Kenya wako wapi? So they told me this that day that they are actually AA Kenya, and today to speak about the opportunities that are there in transport and logistics is Mr. Vincent Oliro, the branch manager, Mombasa. Give it up for Mr. Vincent. Okay, as he's settling down, if there is a seat next to you, let us squeeze in so that we can make sure that it's a sitting space. Ili kuavoid hii kusimama, kuketi, to let that seat. So, for example, right next to you there is a seat. You can sit in that one. The same way, let's move, let's be friends. Remember, this is also part of networking. Make sure you have a neighbor. Thank you. Have a very amazing audience today. You guys are so cooperative, you're very obedient, and I'm really grateful for that. Thank you. I love that. Are you ready, sir? Mic testing kidogo. Thank you. Karibu.
Hamjambo. Hey, that's pretty low. Hi everybody, good afternoon. Gen Z mpo? Still a bit very low, eh? Vincent Olilo is my name. I am currently the branch manager at AA Mombasa. Something interesting about me, number one, Olilo is, I like my surname because my surname is among the unique names that can be read from left or right. So my name is Olilo. So Olilo can be read from left or right. That's a class of some of the names called palindromes in English, yeah? Just in case you didn't know, but you'll get the joke later. Yeah? I'm here to speak about the transport and logistics opportunities. I'll not take much time because the LETA solution starts with you. And before I start, I have a team that I've come with today. Maybe we can wave. We can stand and wave to these wonderful people. On the extreme left, we have Gertrude, who handles Mtwapa branch. She's the team leader at Mtwapa. In the middle, Kezia is our sales manager at the head office, and we are happy that she's joining us today. And then Walter, actually a correction, Gertrude is from Bamburi. She handles Bamburi branch. Kezia, sales manager, and then Walter is based at Mtwapa. So interact with them and we'll be able to know much about AA or AA for that matter. We still allow you for that. So moving on swiftly, I'll just take us through the history of where we are coming from as an institution. We've been in existence for about AA has been founded was founded in 1919. So it means, give or take, we've been here for about 105 years. Since we're talking about transport, we have to mention that we were actually the first to play a part in the import of the first car in Kenya. The first vehicle in Kenya, owned by an Australian engineer called Wilson, was actually facilitated by AA Kenya. And since we are also talking about, we can't talk about the transport and logistics without talking about the roads. So AA Kenya basically was the first to pioneer, the mapping and navigation of East African roads, including the Mombasa road. And other details will come as we go on. We were the very first to set up the driving school. And I know that's the flagship product that probably some of you, how many of you have driving licenses? How many of you do not have? Okay, the rest do not have driving licenses. Driving license has become, and that's why we are here to talk about opportunities, because you don't know what you're missing. We are also here to give you a perspective of the things that we think we would, not all of us, Daktari told us that not all of us will end up being business people, right? That's the truth, Sindio. Some of us will end up being employed, which is perfectly okay. But also, while you are employed, we are also talking about entrepreneurship, meaning there's some change of thinking that you can have that would make you productive in the space that you are in, for that matter. And one of the things that you could be missing out is in the various engagements that you have is that driving license. And somebody once said that there is something that happens when opportunity meets preparedness. When opportunity meets preparedness, then greatness comes as a result of that. So if you're not prepared, some of the basic things that you're supposed to have as a young person at this point, including not limited to the basic one. One, since you're a global citizen and you're supposed to be not only offering solutions locally, because that's what I also want to talk about. We are not only thinking about the solutions locally, but we're also thinking about solutions globally. So one of the things you're supposed to have, one is a passport. Tuko pamoja? Sitaki muinue mkono, sitaki kuuliza how many of you have passports. But I'm not here to talk about passports. I'm here to talk about the transport and logistical opportunities that are there. So number two, you're supposed to have, you're supposed to have a driving license. And driving license, having been there for 105 years, we outside to talk about getting a driving license. And of course, some of you can be able to see FIA, we are not just local, we are international. And some of you could be, how many of you are planning to work, study? Just raise your hand. It could be a dream. Thank you. Thank you very much. For those of you who plan to go work abroad, it is only AA that is mandated to issue what we call an international driving license. So that international driving license makes you avoid getting to your destination in Europe, in America, and any other destination, and having to go undergo driving tests while on the other side. I can tell you for a fact, driving school in Germany, for example, and other countries, you'll not spend less than, it's something in between 300,000 and $500,000 for just going for driving school. And you're not guaranteed of the of passing, because you have to learn the language. For those of you who are planning to go to other countries, you must ensure you've learned the language, and they are a bit strict in other aspects. So some people actually retake the tests for over, sometimes they retake even 7 times for you, and you're not guaranteed of a pass. So that by the time you pass, it is actually a celebration that comes as a result of that. You can avoid that, the costs that are going to be associated with you before going abroad, by training with us and getting the international driving license. So I'll not talk much. As today, we are the market leader in learner and experienced driver training. We set standards on vehicle running courses, pioneer in motor vehicle. We are a first of many things. I don't want to talk much because that information, you can be able to get it on site and on our social handles. So I'll not talk about that. So basically, that's pretty much what we do. Driving school for the basic licensing, which we'll be able to take you through in a very professional way, and you'll be able to see international driving permits. I've talked about that, and every of those issues that you're talking about. So we'll go directly to the opportunities. Okay. The very first vehicle in the world was manufactured in the 1886 by somebody called Carl Benz. Fast forward, there's been, I talked about George Wilson, who was the first Australian engineer in 1903 to actually import a vehicle in Kenya. And the transport industry contributes 8.3% of the Kenyan GDP. I'll break a little. There was a study that was done by Deloitte in 2018, and these were the findings. Number one, over 70% of commuters use million Kenyans use the matatus. Okay. First, the question I would ask you guys, what are the problems? Because where there are challenges and problems is where opportunities are. What are some of the problems that you think you can be able to identify in Kenya right now with regards to transport? I like it to be engaging because I'm not here to tell you, do this and you'll be a millionaire. But I'm here to provoke you to think, because when you think of the problems that are there, you'll be able to provide solutions for the same. But we'll be here to guide you and to be able to tell you. And maybe for a fact, I have a background in after campus, after KU. Anybody who went to KU? Okay, sasa senior mkono. After KU, I decided I was not going to do whatever that I studied in campus, so I found myself working in a bank for quite some time in the financial industry. I was dealing with the youth because part of the funds that the government was releasing to the banks, and the banks were the banks were disbursing to the youth. And I could, because I was working in some of the remote, the western part of Kenya, I saw real transformation of people in the transport industry. I still remember a few of my clients, those of you who have gone to Western Kenya, before the kuja kwa boda boda, kulikuwa na physically riding the bikes. It was literally that way. Watu walikuwa wanaendesha baiskeli, and that's how people could be transported. Out of the people that we financed, I was so happy see these people transform, buy their own boda bodas, and some of them started having more than one, and some of them got to the level where they could drive other vehicles. So I've seen a lot of transformation practically as a financier, and also as I interact with you, with some of them at AA. So what are the problems? What are some of the problems that you think you've noted in the
Okay, the first one, poor infrastructure.
Infrastructure. Oh, wow, that's so true. Thank you very much. Poor infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the problems I found is setting up of reliable system to get the people who are breaking laws.
Very good.
During the year, you can get yourself among those people who are using buses or matatus.
Yes.
And you will be stopped.
Yes.
And apparently, in most cases you're stopped, there will be a bribe that will be given. Mm-hmm. So we need integrity and reliable systems in this country. Yeah.
Very, very true. Very true. And those are very valid points. Very true. That is happening. Any other, and I was taught to think globally, but act locally. Some of the solutions that we experience on a daily basis, infrastructure, very true, and also not reliable systems. Yes, sir?
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the problems or challenges that the Matatu sector is facing in the lack of discipline and organization.
Lack of discipline. Very true.
Hardly acknowledging the gap that the sector is feeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true. Also very, very valid. Any other person? So, we were asked, and we saw our previous presenter did show us a person using mkokoteni. Sindio? It's not a fancy job, sindio? That's what we think. What we look at. But there are people that the reality, there are other opportunities that are there. As we think about the solutions of the things that we've mentioned, I would want to just to bring to us some of the findings. 365 billion per year. And they are so important to the industry, transport industry, because how many of you have never, ni wangapi hawajai nini boda hapa? Hujai beba na boda or tuk-tuk? All of us, sindio? And there are so many other opportunities that are there. We have to think in this industry, what can we do? What else can we do with this boda and even acquisition? And some of you, since I've worked because the biggest question you'll talk about is the barriers to entry. How do I acquire some of these things? Walter, how much does, it's estimated at that a tuk-tuk person, if you were to hire your tuk-tuk, you'll get a net amount of 1,000 bob. 1,000 bob per day, sindio? And some of the questions mutaniuliza, hizo pesa tutafanya nini? Tutatoa wapi? Where will you get this money? How many of you have ever heard of youth fund? I'm trying to also mix easy so that I help you practically. Sindio, tukiongea tu na tutoke hapa without telling you some of the ways you can be able to even get money, tutakuwa tumesaidiana. So how many of you have ever heard of youth fund? And I think they could be, the Ministry of Youth could be, I saw some program, I think there's a bit of financial literacy, yes, that are there. So, I mean, there are so many immense opportunities. Oh, so you've heard, what have you heard about the youth fund?
We applied in 2022 and we got a loan of 100K. So that we used in our IGA, in our organization, yeah. And we have completed in paying the debt. So the person in charge, he came to our organization and he was requesting if we could take another one or even recommend other youths who can take the loan.
The money is there. What we are doing?
So I would also like to add something. We had a meeting with the Ministry of Youth Affairs just the other day. They have a program they are launching in January known as Nyota. Wale mnajua KOP. So it's coming back as Nyota and you will be getting grants of 60,000. So KOP ilikuwa inapeana 40.
There's money out there, and especially some of these funds, because you'll ask about transport and you'll talk about the limitations, but the monies are there. It's just the ideas that you have to think about. What are the opportunities that are there for you to, and some of them, it's easier when you come as a group. When you have a formalized group, then it's easier to access some of these funds. Once you bring the funds together, then participating in some of these things is not a dream that is far away, because you will simply employ, you don't have to be the one riding, but if you do, you create other opportunities for other people as you concentrate on your core business, then even as a student, it is possible for you to start earning while you're still a student. It's very possible. When I was, I remember my college days, I never used to be broke because I used to have opportunities. I used to look for opportunities for things to do. Some of them are not so fancy things to do, but that helped me make money. And I told you, if you had your driving license, then you would be easily on your way to also making money in other aspects. So kindly, there's provision of 1 million direct jobs. You can think about how to streamline even this industry. By the way, this one has a lot of problems, so, and more opportunities in this place. As we are talking, we have a boda group in Changamwe, because I don't want to talk about vitu zenye ziko mbali sana, just here in Changamwe. That group, they've organized themselves as a circle, and they make daily contributions of 100 shillings. 100 bob. What can 100 do for you? Maybe airtime, mama utakuwa umeitumia na imeisha. But they save 100 shillings faithfully per day. These guys capable of taking their school without a sweat. They give loans to themselves. And you know, I'm talking to the elite. You guys are, hey, mmesoma bana, mko fiti. So that's why we have to start thinking of greater things. If then they can be able to save that much. And right now they are taking their children to universities. They've also gone a step further and provided businesses for their spouses. Their wives are not jobless. They have businesses and they continue to save there. So please, there are great opportunities that are there. And since we are learned, since tumesoma, us, we have an advantage. We can take it to another level and participate in creating more employment opportunities for these people. And when you're looking at transport, also look at it holistically. Look at the value chain. Look at other aspects of this business that you can be able to do, including the spares. And those are the things. The things. How many of you are engineers, automotive engineers here? We don't have to be employed. We can do more in terms of the servicing and even with the entry of the electric bikes. How many of you, ziko nyingi huku? How many have noticed this? Because the world is going green, so there's the electric bikes that are coming up. Think about how we can be able to service them, and that is entrepreneurship. Because if we just talk about the numbers, 1 million, what can we do with, if you say you are targeting a percentage of that profitably, then we'll be in business. So the logistics is basically movement of goods from point A to point B. What can we do? This is what we call, in 2023, it was estimated that the logistical firms would contribute 500 billion. Out of the players in logistics in Kenya, 70% of them are big timers. It may be hard to compete with them. But the 30% that is left, it is for us to grab, because there are things that we can actually do and still make it big. And there's what we call, how many of you, this is November, how many of you have ever shopped via Jumia? It's Black Friday this month, right? So how many of you have ever shopped, or what would you prefer? Going to a mall physically, or just shopping online? And because I'm talking to Gen Zs, I think I would want to know of an experience that you've had shopping online. Anybody? Yes, sir. A microphone over there, because things are changing, and I'll be able to mention something about the changes that we're having. Yes, sir. I'll give you a small story, and all my stories are true, so we'll be able to hear.
Hello, I'm Langford. I prefer online. I've used Jumia, I've tried Alibaba as well, and I think they are less, they don't take so much of my time and my energy, so I don't have to put in so much effort.
Okay. Yes, to the lady.
I'm Bella, and I prefer going to the shop physically.
Oh,
when you buy something online, it takes time.
Takes time.
Yeah, it
okay,
takes time.
interesting. But both of them have opportunities, so we'll be able to see. Yes? Oh, it was, okay. Okay. So the truth is, during COVID, how many of you were here during COVID period? Mulikuwa. How was life disrupted? The normal, she prefers going physically, but during that time, would you go physically to the shops? The movements were limited. So most of the businesses, and many people made, quite a bit of people made money during that time. Because, and since that's where the world is heading, the truth is there's a fraction of people who will still go physically, but there are people who, the opportunities that have come as a result of e-commerce is enormous, and people prefer. Recently I moved from Nairobi to Mombasa, and yeah, at the comfort of my living room, I was able to make inquiries whether some of my staff could be transported, and I really liked these logistics, and they gave me a quote, an idea of a quote. The difference that I saw with them, they came for my staff from Nairobi, took the staff to their place, ensured that those things are brought up to my place. You know, the other places, lazima upeleke vitu, ndio where they are, and then they're able to transport. So the truth is, this is, gives us a lot of opportunities, and the major end users of freight forwarding services in Kenya include food and beverage, FMCG, and industrial sectors. So that, sorry for the typo on the industrial, those are opportunities that you can be able to think about, because locally we can be able to compete, because how much does it take to just go help people shop? By the way, there's that option. How much does it take for you to help other people shop and deliver the goods to the estates? What does it take? Able to list what does it take for us to deliver, go shopping? Because majority of the time we are online, sindio? We can be able to set up businesses. How many of you live in gated communities where you have or a setup where there is a WhatsApp group for the estate, for example? Most of the time we don't. In my estate in Nairobi, there are two WhatsApp groups. There's one for serious issues that regard the estate, but the other one is for advertising whatever you're doing. So in that other one, you can be able to advertise everything that we are doing. And some of the people are so busy. So why do somebody, I think it's also an idea that probably I should be able to do, because some of them are so busy, they would want somebody to go and shop for them, bring for them the stuff, and at the comfort of their rooms, and they pay you for the service for that matter. So it does not take much for us to do that. So due to infrastructural challenges, big market players prefer to outsource. Most organizations, and even Daktari mentioned here, that one of the strategies they do is to outsource, because they would want to concentrate on the core issues that they are doing, medical training, but when it comes to transport and logistics, they look for another player. That player can be you. If you positioned yourself strategically. And we've talked about you guys are very creative, the Gen Zs. There are grants that are being offered locally and internationally. If you did your research, you'd be able to know. If your idea is out of this world, there are people who are willing to invest in those ideas. So don't think small. Don't limit yourself when it comes to the opportunities that are there. So as they think about the core competences, you think about the opportunities that you can be able to get as a result of the logistical space that is there. So I don't want to talk much, stuck in your bona maswali, but maybe you can ask me anything that is related to, I've talked a lot. By the way, how do you respond to, I'm still trying to learn some of these things in Swahili. How do you respond to waambaje? Kuna nishaisalimiwa hivyo. How do you respond to that? Siambi. Oh, okay, sir. You got me. Maybe somebody atanifunza one thing or two. So any question regarding, and before I take the questions, when it comes to matters license, mapema ndio best. And I'll tell you the reason why. How long does it take to study medicine? How many of you are in engineer? I heard there was an engineer in the house. How long does it take? Where is the engineer? Yes, sir. How long does it take for you to be a qualified engineer? How many years? Sorry? 7 years. It takes 7 years for you to be a qualified engineer. I don't know how long it takes to be a doctor. How many, now that you are here, how long does it take for you to, from the first year mpaka umalize mpaka you are qualified to be a doctor? Any doctors in the house? Hey! Any doctors? Yes, you can help us. Hello. Hi.
Depending on the course you are taking, most probably it takes 13 years if you want to be a real professional.
13 years. Soma mpaka unakuwa na kiparaka yangu. Sasa. So things changed in before. Most of us, I'm not a Gen Z by the way, and I was told the difference between a Gen Z and us ni wakati ukienda anguka nayo, tutaanguka tu na, lakini mimi nitashindwa kuamka, lakini utarudi juu. But yeah, that is fine. So before I lose my trail of thought, in transport right now, for some of you who know a person, because not all of us will end up in that corner office and all that, we might, for those who are interested in transport, in 2022, there was a change in the NTSA. When NTSA came on board, they changed some of the things. Number one, the thing that we used to do, kitambo, ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa PCE, you could drive a truck immediately after doing the training. That changed. So for now, you have to start with the saloon car, and then after 2 years, on the third year is when you do what we call an endorsement. Is when you will come and do the truck. Then if you are a person who is interested in driving other levels of transport, maybe the least one you can be able to do after 2 years is when you're qualified to do a taxi. The online okay, she's so surprised. Okay, there are two options. Unaweza anzia A2 ni pikipiki. Tuko pamoja? That one you can start immediately. The other one is you can be able to do is the tuk-tuk. But the tuk-tuk is also an endorsement. It's called A3. Now, if you started uko chini, it takes, apart from those categories that I've talked about, A2 and A3, you will start needing like 3 years for you to advance to the next one. 2 years. So by the time you're driving the trucks that we see, it's taken you a lot of years. So if you delay your taking of the initial license, whether it's riding or driving, you're delaying your dreams. You will take a longer time. And the truth is, currently, there will reach a point where we don't have the young people actually getting those opportunities to drive these, because it's taking, there's a generation that there'll be a gap. So if you don't take the advantage of this early, and about the Changamwe group, there are some people that they've actually have gotten opportunities abroad. But Gertrude will bear me witness, some of them did not have the correct documentation. And one of the documentation that is key is the driving license. And the driving license has to have the correct category. If there is no correct category, you will not go, that opportunity will go. And we were told, I think there are some opportunities that the government right now is giving out. And some of them are actually related to transport and logistics. There are people, and we were also told, Bana, to keep part of those opportunities, let us be people of excellence. Because some people who are given opportunities, you're an electrician, you fix the thing, and all that. That opportunity just goes. So prepare yourself. When the opportunity comes, you will be able to shine. I was speaking as your big bro. So questions, and then I finish. Yes, sir.
Yes, hello. I'm Ali. Niko na swali, sijui nitakuwa niko sawa ama niko wrong, but zote nitahitaji majibu. For me, sioni faida wala kufail kwamba venye hizi mashine zimekuwa nyingi. Naziona kama distraction, kisha naziona kama faida. Once, kuna zenye zinaleta air pollution. Mtu anaweza kununua ile mashine lakini anashindwa kuimanage. Ambapo inasababisha air pollution, unakutana na gari njiani, ndio wako na mashine inasaidia, but anasababishia wengine ugonjwa. Pili ni zimekuwa nyingi kiasi ya kwamba zinasababisha accident. Zimekuwa mingi sana kiasi ya kwamba zinasababisha accident, like bodaboda. Every corner utaenda utapatana na bodaboda. Wako rough, hawajafunzwa, mtu ameenda tu driving school amepata leseni, but wako very rough. Sasa hatujui ni advantage ama disadvantage for it. Na kitu ya tatu ni I like the way they are working, but pia napenda venye zina delay. Sometimes kama umetoka ferry, napatana na jam mwingine kubwa. Kuna sometimes unataka kufika, kama kwa mwanafunzi, anaweza chukulia advantage achelewe kwa jam, akifika shule ata claim. Lakini kuna mtu anaharakisha kufika kazi, anapatana na jam, time yake kwa limited kwenye anafanya kazi. Pengine analipwa na time, pengine analipwa. So for me hapo sijui nitasaidikaje kuona faida zake hapo.
Faida. Asante kwa maswali ambayo umetupatia. The thing is, kwa kila kitu lazima tuangalie the silver lining. Na niliwaambia wakati nilianza, nilisema kwamba where there are many problems, there are many opportunities. Kwa sasa tunaweza zungumza and we love our continent Africa, and I'll give you an example. Kuna baadhi ya shida ambazo ziko kitu kama DRC Congo, si ndio? Tunaweza taja moja mbili, hata Kenya tu, hata tusiende mbali, even within Kenya there we have, yes, we are calling them problems, but kwa hiyo shida kuna the other side which is opportunities ambazo zinakuja kwa ajili ya hayo. Na kwa sababu mada ya hii kongamano ni tulete solutions, si ndio? So lazima and it's very good uko passionate about environment, tuweze kufanya the things that zina reduce carbon emissions ambazo zinafanyika and all that. As we have to think and you see, mtu kama bodaboda lazima umfikirie kwa mambo tofauti. Bodaboda utatumia wakati ambapo you have an emergency, and unajua vizuri kuna jam, kuna areas, there are literally lives that have been saved kwa sababu ya nini? A bodaboda, kwa sababu mahali pengine mgonjwa huko ama there's something that has happened, haiwezi kuwa accessed na gari. So in that situation, hiyo ndo the only means of transport ambayo iko available. So if we looked at it tupatia balance perspective, ndio ziko nyingi, and that's why we are also looking at other opportunities. Hii bodaboda inaweza fanya nini apart from kusafirisha watu? Wengine inafaa wafikirie kufanya nini? Kufungua logistics, local deliveries ambazo ziko and kuna opportunities tumesema kwa hizi makampuni kubwa na wanatafuta reliable riders. Number one, wenye hao majority ambao wana misbehave kwa barabara, by the way, hawana license. That one I can tell you for a fact. Over 80% of the riders do not have license. The difference ya hao wenye wamekuja na wakakuwa trained kwa driving schools na wakakuwa licensed, those ones are the ones wenye wanapata great opportunities. And in Nairobi kuna project ambayo tulifanya, ambayo tulikuwa there's an NGO that was sponsoring the riders to train. After the licensing, those NGOs kept coming and telling us we need to employ reliable riders. And they kept coming and some of them, because of licensing, waliweza kuaccess. Kwa sasa hata ukiwa na motorcycle na hauna insurance, hautaweza kuaccess insurance, hautaweza kuaccess many other things. Even yourself utakuwa in problems, because wakati kama mtu atapatikana kwa barabara na hauna license, it becomes you are exposed and you deny yourself other opportunities ambazo ziko. So we are looking at it in terms of opportunities ambazo ziko kwa hiyo industry, because contributing 360 billion on the minimum by 2022 is not a mean feat. It means kuna opportunity, hizi pesa zipo, but the difference ambayo tunaweza fanya ni mtu kuja training. Akikuwa trained, by the way, we are the cheapest in terms of training in that sector. 3,000 shillings mtu anakuwa trained na anaanza the journey to licensing. This person akikuja ku train gari, tunampatia a cool discount of 8,000 shillings cut off. Wanakuja, they able to upgrade to gari saloon car. When they are coming back to kufanya track, we also give them a discount. And we keep doing that so that people wakuwe empowered and the youth wakuwe empowered. So I think, I don't know whether I've answered you, but in terms of reducing the carbon emissions, you have the choice. Because right now, there are electric bikes. There are electric bikes. That's another thing for us to think about. Sasa, because of time, I can see...
Hello, I had a question.
Okay.
I'm Langford again.
Sorry?
Langford.
Okay, Langford, hi.
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm a business banker at Kingdom Bank.
Yes.
Here at Mombasa branch.
Yes.
I have two issues. One is business, and another one would be a question.
Yes.
The business part, you've talked about the groups you are having. Changamwe.
Yes.
You can link me with some in case they want business. We can give them some training, MSME trainings, financing.
You may attend.
Yeah. After this, we can maybe meet. We can organize for a meetup and discuss about that.
Yes.
And the question was, I have a question here. Actually, I've been interacting with the, let's say, driving issues. I don't have a driving license, but I have been driving for more than 7 years. I can drive comfortably.
Yes.
Maybe the interaction I've been having with the machine since I was a kid, maybe. So I've never bothered to go and seek for a driving license.
What?
I usually see that wasting my time.
Wow.
You see, the first time I drove a car was when I was in Form 2.
Wow.
Yeah. And a motorbike was when I was in class 7. So you want to tell me that I've been driving all these equipments for all these years, and now I want a license. Is there any other way I can maybe just go through the exams without having to go through this entire process?
Very good question. Very valid question. Okay. Part ya kwanza biashara hiyo tutaongea. But number 2, there could be some of the people like him who already know how to drive. The only problem is you're driving illegally. Sindio? It's, yes, you're uko sawa and all that, but there's, you're doing it illegally because if something were to happen on the road, the first question is usually, do you have a valid driving license? Hata kabla hizo stories zingine zikam, watauliza, do you have a valid driving license? And some of the, you cannot even talk about, even when you are at, niwende umegongwa, and you're supposed to be compensated, the other insurance will decline on the basis of, huyu alikuwa kwa barabara, kinyume cha sheria, and all that. So it's just good to regularize. It's not a waste of time, by the way, because in the same breath, you'll find the matatu drivers. Where do they learn? They start with apprenticeship, sindio? So unakuwa mentored, unaambiwa hii inafanyika hivi, they start, and they are very good, by the way. Granted, some of the, I think that's supposed to be a model we can be able to learn. Apprenticeship, matatu, study them. They learn, and there's mentorship that happens in that. But these people, at the end of the day, for this person to be licensed, lazima atakuja tu shule. Lazima atakuja shule. Granted, you kwa because that is what the law expects. For us to thrive as the youth, we also have to be law-abiding citizens. Ndio, tuje kwa shule, you will discover there are things that you don't know. That one I can guarantee you. Utakuja shule, now once we take you through, you'll discover the things that you didn't know. If you combine with what you know, because you're not coming to a point where you're zero, but your aptitude is somewhere there. So if you come and you combine the theory aspects, ambazo we take you through the road signs, the model town board, and the general knowledge, you become a perfect driver. So there's just something that you're missing. That small element, when you come, you'll discover it was not a waste of time, and you will be licensed and you'll be at peace on the road. Thank you.
Give it for summaries. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insightful conversation. So I know we have a lot of questions, kwa sababu walipouliza wangapi wako na vyeti vya kuendesha gari, wawili ndio waliinua mkono, si ndio? Kwa hivyo kama uko na swali, I know AA team is here and they have a table at the entrance, so you can visit them and talk about it. The next session is very interesting, okay? Now because it's very interesting, I want us to do something different. So tusimameni. Watu wangu, stand up. Stand up, stand up. Tusimame kidogo tu dakika moja as we prepare to invite the next speaker. Put your things on your chair. Put your water on the chair. Put your phone, your bags. I want you to be free. Are we free? Watu wangu, tuko tayari? Are our hands free? I know mine is not free because it's holding a mic. Okay, wangapi tulienda kindergarten and we sang this song? Head, shoulder, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. How many did that? Sote, sindio? So I want to teach you the grown-up version of it. Are we ready? Are we ready? Oh, come on, Mombasa. Sisi ni watu ambao tuna sauti. Are we ready? Yes. Okay, so this is how we do it. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert, enthusiastic. Okay? I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert, enthusiastic. Let us try. Sawa? Okay, I want to see you. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert, enthusiastic. Sawa? Sasa nataka tufanye bila microphone because I want to hear your voices. Is that all right? Okay.
I'm alive. I'm awake. I'm alert. Enthusiastic. Once more. I'm alive. I'm awake. I'm alert. Enthusiastic. Good. Such a good class. Now, I want us to increase the pace. Sawa? Let's do this. I'm alive. I'm awake. I'm alert. Again, I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert, enthusiastic. Faster. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert.
We can sit as we welcome the next speaker to come and talk about mental health. Our next speaker is Dorsila Akinyi Omondi, who is a counselor psychologist. Give it up for Madam Dorsila as she comes to speak to us.
Kwani mmepiga mshawahi kuniona? It was so energetic. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. This is a very interactive session because it is about me, myself, and I. That is you now, not me. It is about me, myself, and I. Because since morning, we have been looking at the opportunities out there. We've been seeing how we can make our lives better. And therefore, this is an opportunity for us just to reflect, a self-reflection. Whom am I? What am I? What do I want to be? Because unless you have that clear, we are wasting time here. And normally, I would ask many questions. If God gave you the grace to live, how old would you like to be in this world? It is very interactive. Mtu aseme, nani anataka kuishi miaka 120? Just let's take a test. Unataka kuishi for how long? How long do you want to be alive on this earth? Yes, madam? As many as possible. So if we can cap it at 100 years, you'll be okay. Hey, another person? 75. Those are the years you want to spend. And remember, we are told by the good book that whatever you say is what becomes. So those who want to be 75, those who want to be 100, that is what will become of them. Sawa sawa. Therefore, maybe it's an average of 25. Kuna mtu amefikisha 30 hapa? 30? Aha. So tukiweka 30 plus 75, huyo mtu ataishi na miaka ngapi? 105. Wale wa 25? 100. Aha. Very good. Tunaenda kwa the next step. Opportunities. Opportunities. When I was doing some of my researches, tuliambiwa kwamba kazi inatupatia identity. It gives us a sense of identity. Kazi can be professional, it can be business, but it is something that makes you have an identity. Why? It gives you a sense of purpose. So, hapa tulipo, Nani anajua purpose yake in life? A sense of purpose. Nani anajua purpose yake? Just guess. What's your purpose? All answers are correct. Whatever you say, all your answers are valid. But because of time, and I'm a stickler of time, I was given 20 minutes and I would like to stick under that. It is 1:42, so I should be at 2:05, I should be done. So, just for example, Mike iko wapi? What's your purpose?
As for me, I can say my purpose is creating awareness and advocating for matters help.
So that is her purpose. Mpatieni makofi. And the answers are as varied and as wide and as dynamic as they come. But here is the catch. Daktari anatibu nani? Anajitibu ama anatibu watu? Anatibu wagonjwa. Haya, huyo driver tumeongea about. Anapijipeleka ama anapeleka nani? Anapeleka watu. Huyo mpishi hotelini, whether kibanda or intercontinental, anapikia nani? Anapigia wateja. Therefore, in short, we can say that a sense of purpose is when you are serving humanity. That you must serve humanity to get a sense of purpose and a sense of worth. And that is why we are here, to get an identity. What do we want to do as a sense of purpose? Do you want to go to the logistics as a way of doing it? Do you want to go to the health? Do you want to go to the corporate? Do you want to go what? However, you cannot go there if you have not prepared yourself. You can't get there. You can't drive if you have not taught yourself how to drive. You cannot be a doctor if you've not gone to school. And you cannot be a chef if you don't know how to cook. And you can't even be a mother if can't be a father. So that sense of purpose is what we are talking about. Therefore, I want to bring it to the matters mental health. Mental health. Why do I advocate for mental health? And anyway, what is mental health? I can say, or I can give an experience. I was called to one of the schools. Actually, I wasn't called. I was called by a parent. And the parent was being told by the school that let this girl, a 17-year-old, go through counseling sessions because she has suicidal ideations. And I want to say here, this has been the year of prevention of suicide. And we are realizing that the young people are actually dancing with suicidal ideations, simply because a lot of things are going on. And that is why mental health is here. We are talking about whom am I in terms of what do I think? Because it is in the thinking that you develop something, you begin to wonder what next. Because once you think, and that is why with all these presentations, they are igniting your thinking. They are saying think positive, think well. And therefore that is why we are talking about mental health. What are your thoughts? Are they positive thoughts? Are they productive thoughts? Are they thoughts that are good? Because as psychologists, we are told that everything begins with the mind. Once you have thought, then you feel. And once you feel, you execute. That is why this group of Fursa Kenya thought. They started by thinking that the youth need to be empowered. And they felt it. No, they were convinced that we need to go out there and talk to the youth. And today, they have implemented. That is, effected what is supposed to be done. And probably by the end of today, the objective is they would have triggered something in your heart. That today you will not leave this place without a purpose. And that is why I come in saying, what is your purpose? 2, you must serve humanity. And you can serve humanity in the simplest way to the most complex. The other day I was reading about this Williams lady who is in the NASA, ako kule kwa space. Amekwama huko. She is serving humanity. Leo kiatu yako ilivunjika asubuhi. Umeenda kwa shoemaker. Si amekutengenezea kiatu. Ana serve humanity. And what are we saying? When you serve humanity, humanity gives back in returns. Kama ni wewe mtu wa matatu umebeba watu, analipa pesa, wewe unapata ada ya kufanya nini? Ya kula. If you're serving humanity, you get that salary that at the end of the day takes care of your needs. If you're serving humanity in whatever sphere, no matter big, no matter small. And that is why I'm coming in with mental health. How is your state of mind? How is your state of mind? And therefore, as a psychologist and as a person who has been given an opportunity to speak in this forum, I want to ignite your hearts. Let us think about mental wellness. Because with the thoughts and the big thinking, you can be big things. But if it is not cultivated positively, it will not material to anything. I've been engaging with young people. And I would say, being a psychologist, I work with young minds from 5 years to old minds, almost 100 years. When you look at the old people, they're dealing with retirement, they're dealing with sicknesses, they're dealing with unfulfilled dreams. And those are bringing in mental issues. Now that I am 60, 65, I have not saved. Sina hata kanyumba na sina nini, wanaanza kudespair. So we come in to see how we can help. I've talked to parents. I am a parent who have children or young adults in the house, the Gen Zs, saying nimewapeleka skuli na hakuna kazi. Therefore, they are also stressed. I'm talking to the young people who are saying, with all these qualifications, I have nowhere to go. They are all stressed. And that is why we are having this opportunity here, that which I have, what can I do? And the first thing that you need to do is self-assessment. Whom am I? If I was to give you a test to write about yourself, how many footsteps would it be? Ungeandika nini kukuhusu? Vile hamna majina kwa tags. What is your story? How many footsteps would you write about yourself? Yes. Guess. Just imagine. 3 footsteps. 3 footsteps. What would be in the content of the footstep? Let's imagine. Nini itakuwa kwa hiyo karatasi? Young man. What will be in that paragraph? Ama that composition about your life? Who are you? We are brainstorming. Pale hapo, nini itakuwa some of the contents? Jina. Ati? What you like? Nimesikia age.
Okay. As for me, I'll first give my introduction.
You will introduce yourself as who?
About my name, my background, and then I'll consider my strength, my weaknesses, and then also I'll look my achievements. So far, what have I achieved? Yeah, and then I think it will be around 6 pages.
Yeah. So I have been in a forum where somebody alisema, by the time you are listening to this, mimi nimeenda 6 feet under. ameweka hapo video, this year nilifanya hivi, this, that. In fact, one of the exams that we do, huwa tunaambiwa andika your own eulogy. Ungependa watu wasikie ulikuwa nini? But that is not the discussion for today. It is mental health, positive mental health. And just to emphasize, because mental health is really, really wide. Today I was just coming to emphasize on Fursa, giving solutions. And I'm talking about positive thinking. And therefore, I'm beginning with self-evaluation. Who am I? And when I'm looking at it from a psychological perspective, I would want to use what we call the Johari window. How many of us have ever heard of a window that is called Johari? Hand up. Mmoja tu, watatu, wanne. So mnajua what the Johari window is all about. Yeah? But for the rest of the others, wacha tuione from a psychological perspective. A lot of times, things that bring us down are as follows. Window number 1, things known to self. Mimi najujua. And the things that bring us down are things about our values and beliefs. Maybe any personal beliefs and values, or even communal, maybe kama culture, ama religion, or even Kenyans, personal, whereby these things najua. And but the things that bring our mental down is the negatives. Sai nimepata ball, mimi ni muyang. Watu watasema nini? Because according to our beliefs and values, a young person should not get pregnant until amalize school na amalize college. But unfortunately, umepata ball na umepeana na uko na hata uko form 2 uko form 3. What will happen now? Beliefs and values, this person will want to commit suicide. I'm dealing with the drugs and substance abuse. I used to be at a top score of A, now I'm scoring D. Because of, we have the 13 to 19, whereby we are going through developmental stages. And our hormonal imbalances are creating havoc, whereby in some of the cases I've been given, somebody was saying, I think I'm feeling for same sex, or I think I am whatever. And you will find somebody being sent away from school because of discussing the way they are feeling differently from the norm, beliefs and values. Huyo mtu anaenda kujiua. Kwa sababu gani? Ameitwa hivi ama ameitwa vile. So what am I saying? Self-awareness. What do you know about yourself? Positive or negative? The negatives, because of the values that are around you, make you want to conform, and therefore if you're not conforming, inaleta distress. My age mates wanna drive, mbona mi si drive, inaleta shida. So that window is what is known to you. I know niliiba ama nilifanya kitu fulani, wewe tu ndio unajua. Those are the things that can actually distress you, and it is wide. But the window that I want to talk about is the gray window. Things that we know about you, but you don't know. Wewe unatembeaga, unaonanga kama wewe uko innocent ama uko nini. Sema, unaona kale kamsichana ka fulani, kale kaliba. And when you come, wakikuja kwako wanakusalamia tu vizuri, hi sasa. But once you turn, unaona wanaturn non-verbal huyo. So what am I saying? That there are things you can't control. Kuna vitu tunajua about you, lakini wewe hujui. However, when you get to know, sometimes you get very hurt. That is why utasikia kama hii age, huyu anaringa na kumbe chali yake ameenda na demu mwingine. Ama huyu anaringa, and nobody is telling you that chali wako ako na kaklande somewhere. Lakini mngekutana na marafiki wanakuambia everything is okay. So, what am I saying? That is another window that creates havoc in our mental wellness. Because people know things about you and they're not willing to tell you. Why? Some of you will say they'll overreact ama itamumaliza, itamuua. So wacha tu akaenga akijua ako sawa. That is from a psychological perspective. However, the good thing is we should be able to receive negative and positive criticism, because that is the window which has that. People are seeing things about you, but they can't tell you because you're very defensive. However, if you allow for people to give you critique, like the way we've been taught here, yes, uko na ujuzi lakini umekaa tu kwa nyumba. Ukiambiwa unasema, hiyo ni makids mwa rich ama whatever. So here we are being challenged, mental preparedness for challenges of what will come. Because tumesema we are going to live 105 years. So what are you going to be doing between now and the 105 years? You should have a sense of purpose, and you should serve humanity, and you should identify where your purpose is. Is it in the health? Is it in the business? Is it in the logistics? Wherever it is, we are all, we need each other. We can't all be doctors. We can't all be engineers. We can't all be who. We can't all be what. But I will depend on the engineer for the car to be okay. I'll depend on that person who's building for my house to be okay. And that person will depend on me because I'm a chef to cook for him good food. They will depend on me to be driven from point A to point B. You can imagine the pilot who is moving people from one end of the earth to the other. Si mwa unabakinge nyuma umerelax. I will depend on that person. What am I saying? That each and every one of us has a purpose. All you need to do is to reach out so that you can do what? You can fulfill your purpose and be useful. When you look at the old people, a lot of times they begin to have stress because they are already experiencing uselessness. I am not useful. Yeah, and that is when we lose hope. Even as young people, when you feel like I am not respected, I'm not useful, watu wananidharau, hiyo inaleta demoralize and inaleta low self-esteem. So check what you're doing, what you're thinking, very, very important. Some of us, this is a window that normally we also worry too much, they are known. Some of us will start worrying, mimi nitakufa lini? You know, unakuwa paranoid, unakuwa na panic na nini because you are just thinking, hata nikienda kwa hiyo matatu vile imeenda, na unapata unakuwa unproductive simply because you are focusing on the unknown so much. Vitu za huko. So just ensure that you have control of what you have. And then of course, there's that part of you that we know and you know. I know, you know. Like, if I can take an example of my speaker here is, as I look at him, we can say he's a man. Unaweza kubali pia wewe ni mwanaume. But sometimes you may say that, na kumbe yeye anakuambia hii ni vile nimevaa lakini mimi najisikia dem. So sometimes you could be what? You could be wrong. But of course we value and respect each and everybody's opinion. Therefore, that is the open window where we know and I know. So that sometimes haikwangi na shida. But sometimes in that window, we have issues. When like the young people, kama umenona sana inaitwa body image. Inakupatia low self-esteem. Either you are worrying about maybe I'm too tall, I'm too short, I'm too fat, I'm too thin. Unaanza kupata shida. Ukiongea unaona hata mtu akikula anakula sana ama anakula kidogo because they have issues. So, as I told you, I'm a stickler for time. It is 2:01, so I have 2 minutes. I would have talked a lot, but this is just a tip. Mine is to encourage you. I want to remind you, number one, you have to identify yourself, your purpose. You have to know that you get purpose from serving humanity. And you have to know what is it that you're going to do to serve humanity. Because that one brings out passion. Mtu hata akikuamsha usiku aseme, if you're a driver and that is your passion, I have this safari, can you come? Sometimes when I'm in Nairobi with my sister, yeye anapenda night drives. Tukiendanga Ushago, anakutakanga kuja driver kuje 4 or 3:30. Huyo driver anakuanga hapo. And that, my sister stays in Kilelesho. Paka anasema, what passion? Mimi nitoke hapo 3:30 naenda kwa mtu. But akona hiyo passion. Kwamba I am a good driver and I want to drive these guys kwao Ushago. So what is your purpose? And how will you serve humanity? So that that humanity gives you back and appreciates you. Because when you don't serve humanity, unapata shida. On that note, I want to stop, probably welcome 1 or 2 questions, and this is not the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? We have exactly 2 questions. We have a lady there and another one there.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
My name is Betsy Herin from Kisumu Girls. I have a question. So, for example, as you, for example, ushikwe na mental health, nani anakusaidia? Utajisaidia we mwenyewe ama utenda kwa nini mwingine?
Wow, very good. Anauliza mimi huwa naenda kwa daktari yupi? Because definitely, since I'm in the world of mental health, what happens? As in every profession, there are ethics. In every profession, there are ethics. So for me, as a counseling psychologist, depending again with the session, sometimes mi upata session moja hivi, na naenda for support. I also have a counselor, supervisor, who supports me when I'm having burnout. Because sometimes I deal with very, very sad cases. Like now the latest is, now the 2 things in 2025, suicide and GBV. I'm seeing so many young girls between 13 to under 35. GBV na wanawachwa na watoto. Where are the men? Of course, the men are also stressed. Hawana makazi, hawana nini. So there's a lot. And then the suicidal cases. People are attempting suicide. Others are succeeding. So in that case, I normally go for supervision. And it is mandatory for me as a mental practitioner to go for supervision frequently. And we are advised that when you have such a bad case, immediately you come out of the session, look for a supervisor. We have options. We have tele, we have video, or we have face-to-face, or we have group. It is my responsibility. So yes, we go for therapy as mental health practitioners. Thank you. The second question?
The second question, we will be very quick. If we have any more questions, Madam will be in the panel over here. So write them down. When she's seated there comfortably, we will ask you more questions. Is that okay? So we'll take the last one.
I can see the mic there.
There, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just go direct to the question. I'm a graduate. I'm holding my papers. I've tarmacked, and I can't find any job. I'm having stress. Kindly advise.
Okay. In counseling, we are advised not to advise, but to create, to trigger your thinking, to think outside the box. Yes, you're a graduate. What have you graduated out of? And don't answer. This is just very personal. It can also go across to everybody. It is about creativity. How are you able to metamorphosis from one to another? If I could put a disclosure, I wasn't always a psychologist. Actually, I started working as a government officer. And my first college certificate, actually I'm a materials manager. Niko kwa supply chain. Because of HIV and AIDS at the time at which I started working, we got into the space of advocacy. And that is how I landed into counseling, so that I support. Unfortunately, hiyo kazi ikaenda. Nikasema sasa, iko nini? I was depressed. Then one day I looked at my graduation gown picture kwa wall. Nikasema, and why am I crying? Si mimi ni counselor. Nilisoma mpaka nikapata, karibu nipate hiyo poor hair distribution. I'm just anini. Nikasema hata nikisimama hapa, hata leo nikikaa hapa, nitaongea hivi na nitapata pesa. So, recreate yourself. Look at, and alafu kitu ingine, manage expectations. Because you are a graduate, unataka kupata pale. I know of my brother-in-law, alikuwa graduate, lakini walipo advertise ya office assistant, aliingia na paper ya form 4. Wakati akondani, waka advertise sijui ya nini, akaingia na ya college. Wakati walitaka nini, akaenda ya degree. Now he's a manager. So it is just being smart. I'm not saying that is what you should do, but what I'm saying is think outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us take, please write down your question. I will be the first person I take your question from. Is that okay? Tafadhali. So I want to give a big shout out to our partners, the people who made sure that this event is a success, that youths will congregate and have resourceful people speaking to them, starting with Samaris Foundation. Let's clap for them. Tuwapigie makofi. Tupige makofi. Kingdom Bank, I know they are in the house and they will be speaking to us very soon. We also have Chiromo Hospital Group. Give it up for Chiromo Hospital Group. We also have Coast Region Rotaract Club. Give it up for Coast Region Rotaract Club. We have Kenya Red Cross. Kenya Red Cross, tupige makofi. Kushi Motors, we have Blue Radio, Close the Gap. Oh, what a tupige makofi. I know there are more others. We're going to be mentioning them in a few. Right now, I want to invite somebody else. How many have notebooks in the house? If you have a notebook, inue bana. Another question. Wangapi wanaonaga kwa gazeti kukiwa kumekuwa announced, sijui, they will want somebody to do this project? How many? Ama tusome gazeti watu. Tunasoma magazeti. Mnaonaga kukiwa kuwa announced there is a project that needs people to bid. Have we seen that? Yes, so this next person will be telling us as a youth, how can you get that job? Give it up for Sir Maurice, the founder of Sir Maurice Foundation.
Wow. All I wish the psychologist would have talked ahead of all of us. Because we also needed mental health. So, well, it has now made me briefly just talk about myself. I am a trained civil engineer. But when we were studying, we used to think of very big institutions. But I came to learn that those realities will dawn when you step out of the campus. When we were in campus, we used to think they will work in big institutions like KenGen, KPA, all those institutions as engineers. So all of us wanted to get employed. But I did my own research when I did, there's something called, those were in engineering, when you do your project. So that made me have a different thinking. And I thought that I don't want to be employed because one, I would wish for the engineer there to get sacked so that I can apply for that job. The engineer there to die so that I can get an opportunity. Then I realized in a factory or an institution, there are very few engineers. The rest are technicians, artisans, and casual. So when I finished my project, I realized that I can have engineers in my farm, I can have technicians in my farm, I can have artisans, and I can have casuals whom I can hire when I have a project. So mine is a transition. I am running engineering firms. I'm a director of Cartech Global Services Limited, Farmix Africa Limited, Multifix International, Skill-Rich Enterprises, and now founder Sam Morris Foundation. Why am I saying this? How is engineering related to humanity? For those who can be keen studying at our pull-up banner, we have been touching matters: forest restoration, menstrual hygiene, talent education, and infrastructural projects, and also educational projects. My topic was based on competitive bidding. And my brother, we have been given a lot of hope from our mental health. I'm going to give you hope. I don't know what course you have done. You're a graduate. So I want you to be like me in just minutes ago. Because I was dreaming of being employed. But our mental health counselor has told us that you have to metamorphosize, right? So there's somewhere you have refused to come out from. And I'm the one to remove you from that place. Competitive bidding is a procurement process in Kenya regulated by Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. And this is an area where so many youths are not taking advantage on. Once you finish your course, whether it's medical, whether it's engineering, you have an opportunity to register your own organization, either as a limited company or as a single business company. There, you'll be your own director. You'll be able to employ accountants. You'll be able to have all the professions that you want based on that field you want to study. So, in the competitive bidding, it's an old thing. I think we are here as LETA solution, but I think people have gotten used to so much using the cable, the HDMI cable. Me with my tab, I thought they could stream to the projector then, but now I can't insert so LETA solution, the youths are here who can help me how I can link that, because there's no cable. It can only work through online or something, or through Bluetooth or something. So it's an entire thing. That's why I'm saying this is a very interactive, and we are providing solutions. So in competitive bidding, it's a whole process, and the steps are there. I can provide notes on what's supposed to be done, but I'll give you briefly what you can do after you have finished your medical course. Because I know of biomedical, those who sell medical product, medical equipments, institutions like hospitals advertise for supply of consumables. Who supplies these things? it is you people who have registered their companies. You bid. I am a product of competitive bidding. I see an advert in the newspaper. I present my papers. I fill the tender document. I give my rates. I put my markups. Take it through the tendering process, evaluation process, technical process, and I'm awarded a job. Then I deliver. So for us that are in engineering, you are only paid once they see there's a house. But there are stages where you are paid. So in the process, I've also learned. My banker, the bank for me, they keep for me money, and I also get money from them. Kingdom Bank. You have reminded me, I think our mental health consultant, I'll speak a language, Nyamrerwa. Do you know Nyamrerwa? These were the old women who used to, when your husband is a doctor, the wife can also be a doctor. They used to inject people. So your husband is a doctor, but your wife can also do injections. You know, in medical, you come and you tell me your symptoms, right? Then I say, this is like malaria. Then I inject you with chloroquine. So the syringes used to be the size of this microphone. So there's a person from Kingdom who talked that he has been driving and he has never bothered to go. But you know, he's a very good driver, you know. I think he's a very good driver. But there is time taken for training. So I'm urging you, you are a very good doctor. The same way there's that woman who used to inject people because the husband was a doctor, but she would treat people. You get it? She would treat people. So that part of training is also a way of giving solutions to yourself. So as Samoris Foundation, as one of the people who have gone through transition, and the reason why one day I sat and asked myself, why when I sat somewhere and within a community, yes, I have gone through the transitions, I've opened my farm, I can now do my projects, I can now earn my living and pay my bills. I asked myself that there is that woman, and I want to talk why I am doing menstrual hygiene campaigns. There's that woman who goes to wash clothes maybe for the neighbors. She's paid 200 shillings. And after being paid 200 shillings, she asked herself in the evening, do I buy for my daughter sanitary towels or do I buy for her food? Mostly in some families, a girl child loses 5 days without going to school. And that's why I said, amongst the programs that I'll do is to participate in the youth mentorship programs and providing menstrual hygiene campaigns. There are girls who are talented in doing sports. You can see we normally do talent identification and engage them and link them with organizations to do sports. You can see there's an area that as a person you realize a girl child. So in whichever field you are in, I worked at a point in my life, but there's a day I said, now I want to proceed to do entrepreneurship. And that has never disappointed me. So an entire bidding process, I would urge you, those youth that have finished university, those who have finished their diploma, those who have even finished Form 4, Because imagine you can open your company whether you are, even if you are in class 8. Do you know that? But you can employ a graduate. So there are so many people who are working for those who have embraced entrepreneurship and are doing competitive bidding, and they are employed those graduates that are here and are only thinking towards one line. So I have picked a very important word from you, that you metamorphosize, and also you must serve humanity. And that is why St. Maurice Foundation is there to provide solutions in serving humanity and mentoring the youth during that time that God has given us and has given us time. You also mentioned about how long we should take to live. As long as I have done my part and the little time that God has given me, all the things that I've done through humanity, not the things that I've done through my engineering field, I will, even today, I'll take pictures. That is what I will show the Almighty God, that the time you gave me the breath of life, I mentored a girl child, I engaged myself into menstrual hygiene, provided solution in doing the footbridges, I ensured that I helped the widow that was in need of water, that was in need of food. Those are the pages that I will open for the living God. So that time, even if it is today, I have something to open for my Creator. For that, those few remarks, I am told there is also the plenary session where we will engage. For those who are interested in competitive bidding, because this might not be consumed by everybody, I can take you through detail to detail in a summarized way, not the academic part of it, how you can proceed, and we can walk that journey. By, I think, February, those who shall walk with me this journey will see results. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. We won't be taking questions. I know, she has a lot of questions. Write them down when they're seated in the panel. We'll make sure that we take all your questions. Is that all right? We are told that the county government of Mombasa is aware that we are here, and they are also part of the partners that ensured that we are in this auditorium today. We also have Bandari Maritime Academy. Thank you so much for hosting us today. And then we also have the director and founder of Eminence Group. She's in the building and she'll be speaking to us. Wasting any much time, I'll be inviting another lady who will be speaking to us about a very interesting topic. Watu wa Mombasa, watu wangu wa nyumbani, watu wa Likoni. Likoni, where are we? Likoni team? There's no one from Likoni. Changamwe. Oh, Changamwe, there's one. Nyali. I see you. Kisauni. Watu wangu Bamburi kule tuko. Oh, thank you so much. So, watu wa Mombasa, we're very good with art. We are great artists. If you want to see art, come to Mombasa. And the lady we are bringing on stage is a lady who will be telling us about the opportunities we can get in media. And I'm honored to invite none other than my boss, the CEO Raya TV, Miss Ann Hamburger. Tupigie makofi anapokuja. Tumpigie makofi. I also don't know where she's seated, so we clap mpaka afike, or else nitakatwa mshahara. Kwa hivyo we clap for her, she comes. She's on, where is she? Or she's on her way? All right, my boss is not around. It's okay, we'll be inviting her. Then we can invite the next person to speak, who will be speaking, the representative of Access Bank, Mrs. Wanjiru. Where's she, Mrs. Wanjiru? Karibu. Tafadhali, karibu. You'll be speaking to us representing Access Bank, who is also a partner in the event. Madus will be here. Let me look for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mko poa? Mbona mjachangamka? Mtachangamka? Mimi ni mtu wa pesa, so at least mchangamke. Si mtu akiona pesa ama ile message ya mpesa wa yachangamka. My name is Pelian Wamwea. I'm from Access Bank Kenya, and we are partners with Fursa Kenya. And today we'll just be talking briefly about Access Bank and how we can support the youth and help you bring the solutions, which is this year's campaign. So Access Bank is a subsidiary of Access Bank Nigeria. We were formerly Transnational Bank here in Kenya, and recently we are acquiring National Bank. So National Bank will be Access Bank, and we'll have more branches and will be more visible. Currently we are along Nkrumah Road and at the airport. Access Bank has so many products that can touch the youth. We have savings account, we have students account, we have accounts for people, for businesses who are starting up, where we can mentor them and guide them. So basically I'll speak about maybe some bit on financial literacy, where we're supposed to, as a youth, you're supposed to, the money you have, whether you're given pocket money, bado hujaanza biashara, you're supposed to know how to budget that money. All of us know the 50, 30, 20 rule of handling cash or whatever income we get. Does any one of you know of it? Okay, there. A mic. He can explain to us the 50, 30, 20 rule that we should all know when handling money.
Yes, thank you. I'll go direct to the answer of the 50, 30, 20 rule. The rule states that 50% should actually go to the basic needs. Let's say food, shelter, cloth, those things that you cannot exist without. Then the 30 goes to wants, those things that you can actually exist without. Maybe you can decide, like you've been eating chicken maybe 3 times a week in your menu. So you can reduce it to 1 and you'll still be okay. Then the 20% is what we call the seed money. In any money that you get, 20, you're not supposed to eat the 20%. You're supposed to put it somewhere it can actually grow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a perfect answer. So all of us, if maybe you're earning like 10,000, you should strive to at least use the 5,000 on the basic needs. That's your house rent, that's the food you eat, and what else? Those, and what? Yeah, electricity, water, all those should fall under the basic needs. And the ones, it's maybe the things you do for entertainment, things that you can live without, but maybe you need them for you to feel better. The 20%, it's where you're supposed to save. Here you're supposed to have an account to save and maybe do a long-term or a short-term investment, right? So that all of us, we are being trained, the engineer has told us we should strive not to just be employed, but also own our own businesses. So let's all strive to save. This 20% can change who you are now and in the future. So ensure to save whatever you get. Whether you're given 100 shillings, make sure you save 20 shillings of the 100 bob. It will save you on a rainy day. It can help you start even a small business, maybe at school. People maybe will require hata kununua vitu kaa ndizi. You're coming maybe from Likoni, unanunua ndizi pale 3.20. Waja shule wauza 10. So you've made your profit in between. That's how you start. You don't have to be employed. You don't have to cry kila siku hatuna makazi, hatuna nini. We can all strive to be our own employers as also bado tukitafuta makazi. At Access Bank, we also have platforms where we support the young people. We have internship programs. We normally also have graduate trainees. Like he said, he's a graduate mwenye hajapata kazi. He can go to our website, you apply there, and we are selected. We don't have to know you so that you get that position. It's an open platform, so anyone who's qualified can go to that website and apply for those jobs. To say, is to budget, make sure you save everything, any money you have, and also invest on those short-term goals that you have right now before, and then later you can do the long-term goals that you all endeavor to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, before you sit down, I want to put you on the spot. Vijana, she said that we should learn how to budget, to save, to do all those things. So we are asking a question. I know there's a question that will come up from them. So I want to ask you right now, if we came up with a group of 10, 15 people, is Access Bank ready to come and train us?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we do best. Yes, we normally offer free financial literacy classes to students or groups, whether you even when you come in alone and you say maybe we are 2 of us, we need some guidance on this, we offer that for free. We even have a room where we can host you at the branch if you're not too many, like
Thank you.
5 people. Yes.
Thank you.
We offer that.
Did you get that? So tukitoka hapa tushikana watano tuenda kwa banki kule tukafunzwe. Sawa? Hii mwaka tulisema tuna force, naona mambo haingiliani, next year pia ni mwaka yetu. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we also have accounts that are ledger free. As in for the youth, we have accounts in hawatalipishwa any maintenance fee. So it's very easy, it's as in cheap to maintain them. So they can come and see us. We have what? Yes, we have Visa cards. Yes. Yeah, we have Visa cards, we have very good internet banking platform, we have very good mobile banking, and yeah, so you can access your money wherever you are. You don't have to come to the branch. Nowadays people are tech savvy. Any other question maybe?
I think the other questions we'll ask you when you're seated in the panel. Thank you so much. Moving on swiftly, the other person that I'm going to invite here is retired Major Franklin Tonyok, representing the CEO, and he'll be talking about the opportunities in maritime. Tuko Bandari Maritime Academy, sindio? So today we want to know what opportunities are here for us as youths. Karibu sana.
Question on here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Major Retired Franklin Tonyok. I am the Senior Principal Trainer in the School of Nautical Science here at Bandari Maritime Academy. The School of Nautical Science is one of the schools in the Department of Maritime Education and Training, and it is the department that trains the deck officers, the captains of the ship, the navigating officers, and all those who will be working on board in the deck side. Well, maybe I will elaborate later the meaning, the distinction between deck and engine room. So, first and foremost, I stand here to represent my boss, the CEO, Dr. Lewa Katana, who was unable to attend to this meeting, but he passed his warm regards akasema karibuni sana. Feel free to engage and interact. Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to mobilize the students on time kwa sababu kidogo by the time we started, our lessons were almost concluding. Here at Bandari, most of the lessons ends at noon ya Friday. Tunapatia watu nafasi waende wajivinjari kidogo, make and mend. We call it the make and mend session, so that they are refreshed for the following week. That said and done, nitasema yangu. I'm also talking briefly on matters careers at sea or employment in the maritime sector. And this one is touching heavily on the blue economy. I'm sure you have heard of the blue economy, isn't it? So in a nutshell, tunaweza sema what is blue economy? Definition simple too is just sustainable exploitation of marine resources for three things. One, improved livelihoods. We want to improve the living standards of the people. Second, job creation, to get employment opportunities for our people. And thirdly, food security, because the sea, as we all know, contributes a lot to the protein intake in our diets. So where is the genesis of blue economy? When did this thing or conversation started? I know in the year 2018, Kenya committed to pursue blue economy goals. But then in 2018, that was just this century. Was there blue economy in the past? How old or how ancient is the blue economy? Nataka mtu aniambie tu, and this one I must get an answer. How old do you know blue economy? What incident or what activity was done in the past that is related to the blue economy? The oldest that you know. I want to give 3 attempts. Thank you. Fishing. Thank you so much. Fishing is one. It dates back to so many years ago. Sindio? Nyingine? But that is not ancient enough. Unatafuta nyingine that is more ancient. Yes? Eh? Beach cleanup. Okay, yes, that is one way. Thank you very, very much for that. You see, blue economy is sustainable exploitation of marine resources. We want to exploit the marine resources sustainably. So we need to keep the environment clean enough to ensure that the resources that we are getting from the sea continues to be obtained in future, in the near and unforeseeable future. Sindio? Nyingine? Ya mwisho? Transport, yes, thank you. Transport is one of the oldest means of a blue economy activity. Now, that one dates back to so many years. Lakini waulize, for those who read the Bible, sawa, for the Bible readers, when Moses led the people of Israel across the Red Sea, alitumia bahari as a means of transport. Was that a blue economy? Yes, a sea provided way, created way. So, Red Sea, it is a sea. We use that as one of the ancient means of blue economy. Nyingine, Jesus turned water into wine. Si ya bahari, si ndio? Sasa tutakuja kwa definition nyingine ya blue economy. I gave a definition of the World Bank, but the definition of the blue economy as per the European Union is the utilization of all waters, inland and at sea. So any activity that entails water is classified now as a blue economy. Hata ukienda kufuga samaki yako na fish pond nyumbani, hii already bado ni blue economy. So Yesu mwenyewe akaanza na kugeuza maji akawa divai ama pombe, na watu wakapiga sherehe, si ndio? So that was blue economy. You want to know another ancient example? Hiyo imetosha kwa sasa. So I want to bring to you or highlight some of the things that Bandari Maritime Academy is doing in pursuit of the blue economy. Lakini before niseme hiyo, I want to memorize or remind ourselves a certain quote by the 32nd President of the United States of America and the longest serving President of the US, anaitwa Benjamin Roosevelt. Alisema, we cannot always build the future for our youths, but instead, we should build our youths for the future. I like that, especially when it comes to matters talking to the youths. It is upon us to build you for the future, not to build the future for you. Once we build you for the future is taken care of. And that is, I believe, that is one of the agenda, this organization, or the role, or the main purpose of this stay over here. So in a nutshell, I will just go very fast. Sorry. So the other slide was basically about blue economy, but I will talk about Bandari Maritime Academy, what we are doing in pursuit of the blue economy or in the process of our training. These are history. I don't want to go so much about the genesis or the formation of the academy. Kama unataka kuona, you can just see. But it's important to know that this academy was upgraded in the year 2018 by the then President Uhuru Kenyatta, and it was in the process of committing the country to blue economy. This is one of the 6 items that the government committed to, and I will go briefly through the other 5. In 2018, Kenya held a conference, Blue Economy Conference at KICC Nairobi. Mnakumbuka hiyo? It was attended by 185 countries, representatives from 185. That is almost the whole of the world. So during that session, Kenya made 6 commitments. One is elevation of Bandari College to Bandari Maritime Academy. Remember those days it was under KPA. The second is creation of Kenya Coast Guard Service to guard our territorial waters. The third one is expansion or creation or construction of Lamu Port. Mnakumbuka Lamu Port is a second port in Kenya, and it is actually one of the biggest. It will overtake Mombasa once it is fully complete, and it has a natural harbor. It will have capacity to handle even more and bigger ships than Mombasa. Nyingine is training of fishermen. The government committed to train 1,000 fishermen per year, and that program ran until 2023, then kidogo ilipause. We also have the Liwatoni Fisheries Complex. It was renovated for the purpose of harvesting, being a reserve for all the fish that is harvested in Kenya. Na ya mwisho is the construction of Liwatoni Floating Bridge. That is for the purpose of easing movement of people from the south to this area. So that is the commitment of Kenya to the blue economy. Nitaruka hizi zote kwa sababu I'm not presenting about Bandari. Let me go to Maritime Education and Training Department at the Academy is the department that trains seafarers. So for any one of you who is interested to pursue the career at sea, either as a deck officer or a marine engineering officer, because those are the 2 main modular courses that we offer. These are very unique fields, and for the first time last year is when the Kenya Universities Placement, KUSIPs, the KUSIPs, for the first time it placed students to Bandari on nautical science, because nautical science is not known, but it is a course that is building you to work at sea as a captain. You will rise all the way from cadet ufike mpaka captain. That is the climax of a career at sea. And I can tell you for sure, because I represent that department, that school, the School of Nautical Science. I'm the head of that school. And as we speak, there is huge vacancy for deck officers. There is, thank you. There is a huge gap. Hata saizi wenye wanakujia results, those who did their case NEC examinations and they are collecting their results. Anyone who has passed, namwambia tu apitie ofisi, tunamtuma bahari next month, January, because already there are ships that are waiting to recruit from Kenya. Kenyans are known to be very aggressive. Kenyans are known to be hardworking people. And Kenyans are known to be very receptive or sociable people. Saizi we are competing with only Philippines on matters seafarers in the world. Now the standing out advantage for us is that we speak very good English. And that is where we are beating again the Philippines. Na ndio maana, I can tell you for sure, so many shipping agents are now coming to Kenya. Not just to Kenya, but here Bandari, telling us, give us deck officers. But tumemaliza, wenye wamesoma hapa tumemaliza. Tumeuliza sana juzi mpaka opportunities have been taken away. Just because we could not get sufficient number of deck officers. So, hiyo iko kwa category ya MET training. The other thing in the MET training is the marine engineering. Marine engineering leads you to become chief engineer on board a ship. So these are two main courses that we offer here. Zingine ni logistics, na zingine ni short courses, which I will elaborate. So this is this is the School of Nautical Science. We are offering nautical science diploma and craft. But now, because of the CBET, we are calling it level 6 and level 5. The course takes 3 years. It used to take 3 years, but now under CBET it is taking 2 years for diploma and only 1 year for certificate. Once you are done with the 2 years of training, you are ready to go to sea. I will show you something else as we proceed. These are the other short courses that you can do to get a career at sea. Let's look at the first one. The first one is called Basic Safety Training, often referred to as SCCW. SCCW is just a convention. Na mara mingi it is used erroneously. The thing is Basic Safety Training. It's a 9-day training that prepares you to go to sea. It is actually a passport for you to go to sea. Regardless of the career that you are pursuing at sea, you must do Basic Safety Training. Then we have Coxswain. Coxswain is a 20-day training that takes place here at Bandari. Upon completion of that training, you can be employed in so many areas. I will show you the areas of employment in subsequent slides. Rescue boat. Rescue boat may not help you if you are not already employed at sea. So for those who are starting their career, rescue boat or PSCRB may not be so important for you at that moment. SCCW validation advanced courses, these are for those who are at sea already. Ship officer security. Ship security officer is another course that can give you a job at sea. It is a 5-day training. Ukishafanya hiyo and you are lucky to excel, well and good. But however, it is not as common as hospitality. I will talk about hospitality later, because hospitality again is another sector that is selling heavily for Kenyans. Commercial diving, these are some of the courses offered. I will skip that. These are our numbers. It's a small number. It is not a very big institution, so our numbers are a bit low. But because of expanding infrastructure, these numbers will be rising. This is correct as at last year, December, so probably it has changed a bit. Now, areas of employment. So as you pursue these maritime careers, where are you looking to be employed? One, you can be employed as deck officer on board a ship. Personally, I'm a deck officer, I'm a chief mate, and I was introduced as a major retired. Yes, so I have an hybrid training. I've trained in the Navy, I've worked in the Navy, I have rose from second lieutenant all the way to a major, and then I got the passion to pursue career in the merchant shipping. So that one is naval shipping, this side is merchant shipping, it's a civilian world. And when I say I'm retired, somebody gets surprised, why am I retired? And yet I'm so old. So I tell them that it is the rank that retired. It means that that major cannot rise further. But the person in Tonyok can still rise. Because I'm aspiring to pursue and do things in the civilian world. Coming here is one way of pursuing that goal. And I will wish that my engagements with you in other occasions, not necessarily here, because this one seems to be time-bound and maybe I wasn't so much prepared for it. When I was in the Navy, I'm a trainer and I'm a trained navigator. My profession is navigation. That is what I've trained and practiced almost for 6 years. So I was asking myself, the knowledge and the skills that I'm imparting on the officers who already have jobs is too much. Probably this knowledge should be imparted on those people who are still pursuing jobs. Because, thank you. Because the skills that we impart, if you are following our pages, I don't know whether you are following our pages, we endeavor so much to make our students ready for the industry. And that is what the CBET says, the competency-based training. We are training you in such a way that the moment you finish your training, you are ready or ripe for the market. Unlike olden days when we will impart knowledge only, we are now imparting you with the skills. You go to the interview, they test you on the skills. It is no longer on the knowledge. Like when recruitment for hospitality is taking place, you go, you present yourself as a chef. They tell you, okay, you know how to make a certain cuisine. Useme yes. So you see, theoretically you can give a procedure or a recipe. But now you will be told, so what is the recipe? This, and this. Okay, you are provided with them. Please make that cuisine. That is the interview that is happening in this side of the maritime. You need to get the skills. So let us not focus so much on the knowledge, but try as much as possible to get that skill. Even when you come for coxswains, we were recruiting coxswains recently. We are not taking you to the classroom interview. We took you to the boats. Kama wako hapa, sijui kama wako. We did around 10 interviews, 10 coxswains. Tuliwapeleka kwa bahari, nikakuambia ndio hiyo boat. Please take me from this point to that point. That is the interview that is happening, especially in the maritime. So tusingangane na knowledge, let us get the skills. So these are the ranks. You can be third officer, second officer, chief mate, mpaka captain. Captain is the highest rank that you can serve on board a ship. And captain is more like the commanding officer or the person in charge of the ship. Now we have the engineering officers, ETO for the engineers. It is rising parallel to the deck officers. At the time the deck officer reaches master or captain, the engineer will also have risen almost to the same level. Then kuna ratings. Ratings as able, this is ordinary seaman or able seaman. Now rating is one of the best course that you can take, especially ukimaliza form 4 and you think that you want to pursue a career. Ratings are just people wakutumia hands people. Ndio maana wanaitwanga able-bodied. You just get skill, and here at Bandari, it will be offered probably from January. Rating forming part of navigational watch and rating as AB seaman, AB deck or AB engine room. Now, AB takes 2 months. Navigational or engineering watch takes only 2 weeks. The moment you do that and you are likely to get a ship, your career in the maritime has started. Wakati mwingine, we might have this discussion because I will wish to elaborate more, lakini kwa sasa wacha tusonge. Then engine room ratings is another one. You can be employed as coxswain, lifeguard. Kumbuka kwamba in a cruise ship, some cruise ships have up to 12 swimming pools. You know that? 12 swimming pools. So we require lifeguards on those ships. Marine pilots, now once you have risen to the level of a captain, you are a master mariner, you can be taken as a marine pilot like APA or any other coastal state. Trainers in a MET institution, like now, I'm a senior principal trainer myself, so that is another career that has risen out of training in the maritime domain. Hospitality, hapa kuna kazi mingi, kuna baristas, kuna bartenders, kuna chefs, kuna stewards, kuna gani zingine? Waiters. Yani hiyo profession is so wide. Kuna hata front office, kuna secretarial, kuna ma DJ, kuna watu entertainment, kuna watu masuas. It is a very very wide field. If you possess any of those skills, I urge you kwa wakazi wa Mombasa, join a team in Swahili Port. Who has been to Swahili Port? Yes, for some mentorship programs. You can get more insight into this. So mnapatiwa nini, some information, and when the jobs are available, mnarushiwa. You can join those things for those programs, they will assist. Then other areas of employment is national maritime jobs, for instance, these institutions. Now this one is for the technical people. I will not go through this so much. Here, kwa wale wanaokuja kusoma those long courses watajua hizi. Sorry. Okay, so these are some of the training facilities. This is for the back officers. This is for basic safety training. This is cutting across deck and engine, basic safety training, and that is what we call Survival Center, one of the biggest training center that is coming up in Mombasa. It will define the landscape of East Africa on matters maritime training. So that was the end of my presentation. I hope you have gotten one or two, especially when it comes to careers at sea. And I want to wish you the best as you pursue. I know there are many other careers, but I will sell careers at sea. Sawa. Kuna swali? Kuna swali sasa.
Because of time, when we are in the room in between, everybody reception desk over there, just go speak to them quicker. It may flat, if not for you, for your friend who's interested in careers in the maritime. I think I have 1 minute to make sure we are ready for the next session. So, again, do you remember again? Do you remember again? Okay, just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. Thank you. Put your phones on your chair, put your notebooks on your chair, just to be awake and alert, ready for the next session. Are we ready? The people still seated? Yes, thank you. Do you remember what we did? How many remember? Inua mkono na watu wa Mombasa. Wangapi wanakumbuka? Tunakumbuka? Okay, tuanze. Ilikuwa nini? Okay. I'm alive, I'm alert, I'm awake, and enthusiastic. Okay? Let's meet again. I'm alive, I'm alert, I'm awake, I'm awake, enthusiastic. Now, a little bit faster. So, after that, I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert, enthusiastic. Now listen. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alert. I'm alert, I'm awake, I'm alive. I'm alive, I'm alert, enthusiastic. Not confusing. Sindio? Not confusing. Tunafanya for the last time very fast as we welcome the next guest. Let's do this. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alive. Enthusiastic. Louder. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alive. Enthusiastic. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alive. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alive. I'm alive, I'm awake, I'm alive. Enthusiastic. No, it wasn't going to sound. He is also the president of Love Alive Initiative. His name is John Kinyanjui, and he will be speaking to us about opportunity in real estate. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja. Karibu sana. Let me give you this mic. Thank you, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Haya, nikisema LETA na nyinyi unasema solution. LETA? Haya, alafu nataka wewe mwenyewe useme umeleta, si ndio? Umeleta? Sema nimeleta solution. Mko na njaa? Poleni sana. So, mimi nitaongea hii lugha hii ambaye kila mmoja anaelewa, si ndio? Nitaanza kwa kujitambulisha. Mimi kwa majina yangu naitwa John Kinyanjui, ni mfanyi biashara, niko kwa real estate. Fidel, at least nimepata kura moja. Kura ingine inashuku iko somewhere hapa. Iko hii kura. Good. Okay, asante sana. So, mimi nimeleta solution kama vile pia wewe umeleta. Na kwanza kabisa kuna huyu kijana alisema anatafuta kazi. Mimi niko na nafasi za kazi. Utapata kazi. So nimeleta solution. Haya, nikisema leta unasema? Leta? Asante. So, atanieleza chenye amesomea, alafu tutaona mahali ataweza kupata hiyo nafasi ili aweze kufanya kazi apate pesa. Si ni kweli? Na mtu mwingine pia ambaye angetaka kazi. Tuko na opportunities za graphics. Wale ambao wanajua kufanya graphics vizuri sana, tutawapatia hiyo opportunity. Sema nimeleta? Nimeleta solution. Alafu pia tunatafuta nafasi ya real estate. Mwenye anajua anaweza fanya mambo ya real estate vizuri. Real estate agent. Mtu anaweza ongelesha watu wakanunua mashamba. Tutakupatia opportunity. Sema nimeleta? Nimeleta solution. Na wewe umeleta nini? Sema solution. Kila mtu ameleta solution. So hizi opportunity tuko nazo. Na tuko nazo wapi? Tuko nazo kwa Westlands. Wengi wanauliza what is Westlands? Ningependa kujua, tuone ishara mkono ngapi ningependa kujua Westlands. Asante sana, ni wengi. So kwa sababu ya majority itabidi niwaambie, Westlands ni network ya wafanyabiashara kutoka ulimwengu mzima. Hawa wafanyabiashara wametoka mataifa mbalimbali, wamekuja pamoja. Kwa nini? Kwa minajili ya kutengeneza pesa. Tuko pamoja. Aim yao kubwa ni kutengeneza pesa. Wanataka watu wakuwe na pesa mfukoni. So, ukiwa hapo, ikiwa ungetaka kuwa pamoja na network ya watu ambao wanatengeneza pesa, just join Westlands Business Group. You can Google hapo hivyo, uone Westlands tunafanya nini. Ofisi zetu ziko pale Kilifi, Bofa. Mimi nimetoka Kilifi na nimefurahia sana kupata vijana ambao wameleta solution. So, mimi nitaongelea tu mambo ambaye pengine watu wengine hawakuweza kuyagusia ama waligusia lakini kwa lugha ya Kimombo maybe haikusink ndani yako. Mambo matatu. Sema matatu. Kwa Kiswahili, kujijua, self awareness. Je, unajitambua wewe ni nani? Je, umeweka malengo? Malengo yako ni yapi? Umeweka limit? Umeongea na Mungu wako ukamwambia mimi malengo yangu ni haya na muda ambaye naomba unitimizie ni muda huu. Usipompatia Mungu limit, sahau hayo malengo. Make sure ukiwa na malengo weka limit. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Mtu mwenye anaweka malengo ni mtu ambaye anajijua. Anajua strength yake, anajua weakness zake, anajua anatoka wapi, anajua anaelekea wapi. Yaweza kuwa ni malengo ya kusoma, unataka kupata degree, unataka kufaulu kwa chochote kile. Wewe ndio unajua malengo yako ni yapi. Lakini ikiwa hujijui, huwezi weza kuweka malengo. So we start by knowing yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Focus on your strength. Kama wewe ni mtu wa talanta, shikilia hapo kwa talent. Si lazima kitabu, si lazima degree. You can even be successful hata kama haukusoma. Si ni kweli? Watu wangapi tunajua wengi sana hawajasoma, they have money. And the most important thing in life ni nini? Nani anajua? If you know, I give you a gift. Who knows the most important thing? Umejaribu? Mpigie makofi moja. Mjampigia. Kwani mko na vivu hadi na makofi? Kamoja tu kakushikana vizuri tumpe. Asante. Nani anajua the most important thing in life? Connection, tumpatie moja. Kujijua tumpe. Haya. Peace, tumpe makofi. The most important thing ambayo kila mtu anatumia, hawezi ishi bila. What is that? Communication. Unaweza kaa bila simu, ni vipi? Money, good, come. Huyo ndampatia zawadi. Anapokuja number 2, self love. What is self love? Kujipenda. Kujipenda ni nini? Kujipenda.
Nani anajua kujipenda ni nini? Anyone? Wewe ndio umejibu. Umesema aje?
Cash money.
Pesa. Anataka tuambie kwa nini pesa ndio muhimu. Why? Wewe tulia tu, atuambie kwa nini money ni important.
Pesa ni muhimu maana katika ulimwengu wenye tunaishi leo kila kitu inahitaji pesa. Iwe ni masomo, iwe ni chakula, iwe ni mavazi, iwe kila kitu inahitaji pesa, na hiyo pesa ndio itakupa amani. Maana huwezi kuwa na amani bila pesa. Cause utakuaje na amani bila pesa na una mahitaji? You can't.
Aya, asante, tupigie makofi. Mtu akisikia njaa ako na amani? Huwezi kuwa na amani tumbo kama haina kitu, my friend. Hiyo furaha inaletwa na joto. That's why we only have one culture. Culture gani? Nani anajua? Anyone who knows that culture in the world? One culture we have. Culture ya?
Sharing food.
Hata si just sema just one word, food.
Food.
Culture ya tumbo. Kila mtu hapa hata saa hizi masaa imepita. Kwa nini nyuso zimekunjamana? We are hungry. Na kuna chakula za bure. Ni pesa. So wewe na wewe kwa nini?
I think just as my fellow has said that everything needs money.
So mpatie zawadi tafadhali. Mpatie zawadi mhusika mkuu wa zawadi. Mpe zawadi avae. So self love. What is self love? Self love. Unataka kujaribu? Alafu mkue tu free. Mimi nimewambia session yangu si ya wasomi, sawa? Ni sisi kwa sisi.
Self love. Ni kujipenda.
Pigia makofi. Kuna explanation fulani hapo nataka. Kujipenda. Self love, kujipenda. Hiyo ametranslate kutoka kwa Kimombo mpaka kwa Kiswahili, si ndio? Tunataka kwa definition. Wacha tupatie queen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Masi Mwangi, and my definition of self-love is being able to love yourself to an extent whereby, in the instance if other people don't love you, it doesn't matter.
Sema wow. Haya, njaa haiwezi turuhusu kila mtu kusema, kwa sababu kila mtu ako na level yake ya njaa. So, ni ukweli. Wewe mwenyewe, ili uweze kujua unajipenda, ni kwamba furaha yako hautegemei kutoka kwa watu wengine. You make your own happiness. Why? Because you are the best, you are the most important person, you are a winner, you are a victor. Unaelewa? You yourself. That's why Fidel na team yote ya Fursa Kenya wanasema tulete solution. Sisi wote. Because sisi wote we are important. Tunakubaliana ndugu zangu? We are important. The most important person in the universe ni nani? Anyone who knows? I have more gifts. Good. Mpigie makofi. Sema self, myself. Sema I am the most important person in the universe. That's why nimeleta solution. Tunakubaliana. Taking care of yourself. Kufind time na wewe mwenyewe. Unaketi chini na yourself. You talk good things about yourself. I love myself. I will make it. I will prosper. I will live happily. Unaelewa? Unajihug sometimes. Sometimes you take a romantic bath. Unaelewa? Unajipaka mafuta vizuri. Unaoga, unang'ara, unatia marashi. Unaelewa? Taking good care of yourself. Because without you, there is nothing. Tunakubaliana? So, ya tatu. Self-leadership. Nani anajua what is self-leadership? Self-leadership, nikimalizia dakika zangu zikiisha unifanyie hivi. Haya, self-leadership. Anyone, just try. Mpatie huyu msichana zawadi yake kabla sijaanza kuwa mtu wa siasa madeni. Nisemekane mimi ni mwongo. So, self-leadership. Anyone, this side. Wacha tuangalie kwa wakurugenzi, si ndio? Wametufundisha vizuri. What is self leadership wenzangu wasomi? Madamu umenifundisha kitu pia mimi nimefurahi. Do you know what is self leadership? Kingdom Bank. By the way, mimi ni member wa Kingdom Bank na withdraw na kudeposit through mobile banking na banki nini yangu iko Mtwapa. So usiniambie nifungue ingine. Na they are very good by the way. So, do you know what is self leadership?
Kujituma.
Anasema self leadership ni kujituma. Tumpigie makofi lakini hajapata.
Self-leadership is the ability to guide and control yourself. Yes.
Amesema yes. Yeah, that is the answer. Si ndio? Self-leadership, controlling your thoughts, your mind. Una fail kwa sababu hauwezi control your mind, huwezi control your thought. Ukitokezea mambo machafu unaelekea huko. Success nayo inakungojea ukue disciplined, si ndio? Ukue positive na wewe unafikiria negative na unafikiria vitu chafu. Success iko pale juu. Kila mtu duniani anaitaka. Success haitawahi shuka. Ni nani afanye nini? Apande juu? Ni nani? Sema mimi. Mimi ili uweze kufikia mahali success iko, ni lazima ukue na discipline, ukue na respect, si ndio? Ujipende, ujijue, ujiongoze, ndio utaweza kufikia success. Otherwise, you will never ever attain success in life. Ikiwa hizo vitu vitatu hautaweza kuziobserve. Kuna principle of self awareness ziko hapo. Enda chukua simu yako, ukikosa data, I will buy for you data. Ujisomee zote tatu. Self awareness, self love, self leadership. Ukimaliza hiyo session umegraduate. Hakuna kitu huwezi pata kwa hii dunia. Sema tumeleta. Tumeleta. Sema nimeleta solution. Kila mtu amekuja ameleta solution. Si ni kweli? So, ikiwa unasoma, make sure unasoma pia life skill ya maisha. Usiwe tu unatarajia kukuwa daktari na una ka side hustle. Tumeleta solution. Jitafutie solution wewe mwenyewe. Unaweza kuwa msusi, unaweza kuwa kwa mfano mtu wa kutegemea commission kama mimi. Mimi si ni broker wa mashamba. Na mimi sitaki nikudanganye. Mimi sijawahi ajiriwa even a single day since I was born. Since I was born sijawahi ajiriwa, lakini kuna ule mtu alinipatia platform. Alinipatia duka hapo Mwembe Tayari. That is 16 years ago. So acha niseme tu kweli, niliajiriwa kutoka asubuhi mpaka saa 6. Ile lunch, pesa yangu ya lunch aliponipea ndio nilienda kufungua biashara. Sikurudi, lakini nilimshukuru nikamwambia thank you so much my friend. Anaitwa Mr. Cairo, chairman. Kama unaonanga hapa Mwembe Tayari duka imeandikwa chairman, ni huyo mzee. So ni wewe mwenyewe ucreate solution, si ndio? Ujiamini na ujue unaweza. My time is over. My time is over. Kiongozi, my time is over. I ask the last question, then I give the gift ya mwisho. Who knows the most poorest county in Kenya? Do you still have gifts? The most poorest county in Kenya. Ile county maskini zaidi Kenya. Tuko na 47 county. Kindly just 1 minute nipeane gift and then. How many do you have? You have 3. Poorest county?
Mandera.
Mandera, tunaenda na chance ni 3.
Samburu.
Samburu. Busia, Turkana, Kilifi. Kilifi is the wealthiest. Kule nimetoka. Hata usijaribu kusema. Anyone viongozi? Mkubwa. Samahani. Mimi pia ni dereva na sina leseni.
Utaniona kwa nyuma.
Sawa, the poorest county?
Pass.
Viongozi wale wa wisdom hataki kuanguka, si ndio? But ni sawa hata ukikosea, si ndio? Si we are human. Ni sawa hata kama umekosea, hata kama maisha yameenda vipi, bado ni sawa. Utaamka tena, lakini lazima ukubali ni self. Kila kitu kwa hii dunia ni self. Umaskini ni self. Usiwe laumu baba, mama wala yoyote, it is self. If you want to be wealthy, it is yourself. Kwa sababu sisi wewe tunaweza leta solution. So, the poorest county niwaambie. Huyo msichana anataka kujaribu. Acha nikuje. Usiinuke.
Turkana.
Turkana. So huyo ndio wa mwisho kwa sababu ya time. So the answer is here. Manucho, the answer is here. There is no poor county in Kenya. That is the answer. Wangapi wanakubaliana na mimi? 1, 2, 3, 4. Only watatu. Hao wengine wakubaliana na mimi wanipatie reasons za kutokubali. Amekubaliana na, ikiwa mental health teacher amekubaliana na mimi, hata hiyo ni tick. So reason ni hii. Kila kitu iko wapi? Hapa. Mindset, just the mindset of people. Just your mindset. Unaelewa? Hiyo county ambayo umetaja maskini, patia Mjapan leo, mpe miaka 3, atakopesha dunia yote pesa. Kila mtu hii dunia atakopeshwa pesa. So thank you guys so much. Nimerudi na zawadi zangu kwa sababu tumeshindwa maswali, and because of time lazima niheshimu muda. Thank you so much Fursa Solution, LETA Solution, kiongozi, my friend, my boss, my leader, my mentor, Fidel. Congratulations. This is the way to go. Ni lazima tulete solution sisi wenyewe. You are the boss, you are the governor, you are the MP, you are the MCA, you are the chief of your own life. Sema wewe ndio boss wa maisha yako. Mimi ndio boss wa maisha. Mimi ndio rais wa maisha yangu. Opportunities ziko, ndawapea namba yangu. Program yangu ya Keep Love Alive ina run county zote 47. Kitaka kuwa leader katika county yoyote, just niambie kwa WhatsApp county yako. Kuna zile county zimejaa already, zile zenye zijajaa tutakwambia. If you want to be a love leader kama mimi, si ndio? Mimi love president. So lazima nikuwe na 47 love leaders to spread love. Why are we spreading love? Because love is the best thing in life. When you have love, no ego, no hatred, no bitterness. Unaishi free mind. You make money, you make connection. Unaishi vizuri, you bring heaven on earth. Thank you so much. May God bless you so much.
Thank you so much Mr. John Kinyonjui. Amesema keep love. Keep love. Yes, na mwenye ana kazi amemwambia ameleta solution, akona kazi, kwa hivyo unaweza mfuata. Okay.
Anyone willing? Namba yangu ni 0111 202 834. 0111 202 834. Ukitaka kunivisit iko Kilifi Bofa kuanzia Tuesday na Thursday, utanipata pale ofisini kwetu. Asanteni sana. Keep love alive. Unasema yes for love. Keep love alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very amazing session. As we continue with the session, I would also love to recognize some of the partners. We have Prix Photography. Yule ni rafiki yangu. Nikitoka hapa kama sijamtaja nitapigwa mawe kwa mtaa. Tuko na Blue Radio in the house. Those are the people who are making sure that we as youth get this information. Without any more wasting time, I would love to invite yet another banker. Vijana, tumeambiwa tunaweza fanya competitive bidding. Tumeambiwa we can love ourselves. We've been told that we can train ourselves on saving, on investing. Now, this other speaker will be telling us wako na opportunity gani ama wako na plans gani kwetu vijana in the banking world. So give it up for Mrs. Cynthia Malemba, who's a business banker at Kingdom Bank. Karibu sana. Madam Cynthia, vijana wameniambia wanataka we do this thing very fast. In 10 minutes we have all the information, our notebooks are out, and we already have everything that we need. Is that okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon everyone. Habari zenu. Mimi naitwa Cynthia from Kingdom Bank, Mombasa branch, na nimeleta solutions nzuri for the youth from Kingdom Bank. We recognize that the youth are the way forward for our generation, and we want to partner with them so that we can ensure that we grow our youth to be able to sustain themselves financially. And at Kingdom Bank, tuko na mambo mengi kwa vijana, tuko na accounts zenye wanaweza operate so that they can save. Mmeambiwa mambo ya kuinvest and planning, so ile kidogo mko nayo mnaanza sahi kujijenga na kusave through the accounts that we have. Accounts zetu pia ziko na collection solutions. Mkifanya biashara, your customers can pay through them. Na ile kitu kubwa sana watu wanapenda kupata ni kujua kwamba ukiwa na biashara yako na maybe zile savings zako hazitoshi kwa the project that you have, kuna mtu anaweza washika mkono to make sure you realize your dreams. So at Kingdom Bank, tuko na very many loan products, especially for the youth. Tuko na asset finance, ukitaka kununua tuk-tuk, boda-boda, if you want to buy a car, tuko nazo at very competitive interest rates. I think hata ukienda kwa mtandao ukigoogle kidogo, you'll find that our rates are among the lowest in the market. Now to top that up, we offer financial advisory services. Kwa sababu tunataka kuwa guide to ensure that you are able to run your business in a way that is accountable to yourself and to ensure that you make a profit. Now when you are ukiwa uko na projects that unataka kuwa guided on how to get financing, tunawasaidia, tunawatrain, tuko na MSME clinics, mnakuja, mnafundishwa how to run your businesses and how to ensure that you do good banking, so that when you go to any financial partner, not just us, you are able to meet the requirements of getting credit facilities. We also have digital bankings, youth, join emergency, mko digital. So our products, our accounts are accessible over the internet, mobile banking, and you are able to access them anywhere that you go.
So nimepewa 10 minutes, but I think I've done for a very short time. Our branch is located at my avenue and in Mtwapa, where my good friend banks. So mnakaribishwa at any time. I have my colleague outside, tuko na tent. Please pass by so that you can give you more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure kuna zawadi ya yule speaker may take the shortest time to organize. So the next person who will be coming on stage is somebody, nimesikia kuna watu wametoka St. Charles Luanga. St. Charles Luanga. Oh, you're in high school. There is also another high school nimesikia. Somebody from high school. One high school student. High school, tuko wapi? Hata mimi ni high school by the way. Oh, thank you. So the next speaker will be telling us, sisi watu wa high school, we make sure that we listen to this person very keenly, kwa sababu atakuwa anatuambia after high school, how do we choose the career path that we want to follow? How do we choose the entrepreneurial path that we want to follow? So allow me to invite the founder and director of Eminence Global, who will be speaking about post-school transitions, Madam Michaela Mwangura. Give it up for her as she comes on stage. Tumpigie makofi. Tumpigie makofi paka afike. Thank you. High schoolers nataka kusikia makofi sana. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. As she has said, I'm Michaela Mwangura from Eminence Global Communications Company. We do more of PR, brand and product communication, government-to-government relations, international trade relations. That's what we do, yeah? So I'm not going to speak only to high school students, but I'm also going to speak to our youths who are yet to realize themselves, you know. When you finish university, when you finish college, or when you complete any academics, it can be even a certificate, or you can have gone to a vocational training, you know. But then what next? What comes next after that? There's always those questions we ask ourselves, you know. How do I maneuver in the outside world? After school, what happens, you know? Many other times, it's exactly as it is. You're confined to curriculums. You have a timetable, you have a prefect, you have a teacher on duty who tells you what to do, where to be at, and what time to go back to classes, right? That's how the life is in university, in high school, in colleges, and also in vocational training school. Literally, your life is controlled for you. Your life is managed, right? So now what happens after? He said something very important, that you are the boss of your life. You are the CEO of your life. And after school, that's when the reality checks in. You stop dreaming, you know? Because here you are, your parents are providing everything for you, whatever you want, maybe they provide for you. And if wakikwama, you can call your aunt, you can call your cousin, and they can send you something small, yeah, chakula, right? Ama also for your petty cash at school, yeah? But then after school, everyone else, you know, it's like somebody drops you into an ocean. You can no longer call your auntie, auntie, sina chakula. Sindio? You can no longer tell your cousin or your uncle, sijali parent, you know? Because they expect you to grow up, to start controlling your own life, to take a hold of your life, to be the CEO of your own life, you know? And what he said, you start directing yourself. You know, you become self-conscious of yourself, self-aware of yourself, and you become your own self-leader. Nobody is leading you, unless now you have enrolled to a mentor or a person who can direct you, right? Yes. So that's what we're going to I'm going to speak about. So again, I want to give you just something you can relate with, my life. I'm not employed, all right? I was employed for 2 years only after university, and this is what happened. You know, most of the times you look for opportunity, you knock on those doors, and nobody is opening, and then you end up losing hope. So in 2014, I was about to do my last exam at Moi University in Eldoret, and then what happened, I kept asking myself, who am I? You know, who am I? What am I? You know, what do I want to become? What is my dream? What is my goal? What is my purpose? You know, now I'm leaving school, I'm getting to the outside world. Who am I? That's the questions I was asking myself. And that's the point you get to do self-analyzation. Then the reality checks in. 4 years in university, you start asking yourself, did the course I've done, is it what really I want to do in life? Is what really I want to become? I did applied statistics with computing. So I asked myself, is this what I want to do? Punching numbers all the time. Data analysis, is it who I was destined to be? You know? And at that point, on reflecting on myself, I started thinking about my strengths, my weaknesses, what makes me tick as a person, what things I love doing, you know? And in so doing, you start kind of getting a picture, or your life starts coming into perspective of who you are, okay? All right. We have sat down for a long time. Ametuchangamsha sana, and so did she. So I just want you to stand up. I want you to get to know the person behind you, and the person in front of you, and the person next to you. Make sure you have 3 names, and you master what they do or who they want to become. And generally ask them, who are you? And not who are you, you tell them only your name, but who do you think you are? If somebody asks you today, who are you? What will you tell them? So do that as I prepare for my speech. Come on, stand up. Make sure you get a few names, get to know them, and I'll ask questions after. some people are still seated down. Come on, just stand up, loosen up. Ask someone, not even your neighbor, just move around and get to know your neighbor. You know, ask them the question who they are. Okay? Hapo katikati, please, vijana. Come on. Stand up, stretch. Ask those questions. Make sure you master 3 names. Get to know what they are and what they also look forward to be. You're finished? All right, so what's your neighbor's name? Do not let your neighbor stop at he is who he is. Okay? All right, so we can all be seated down. Remember, your network is your net worth. All right? Your network is your net worth. It determines your worth. Today you have known 2 or 3 people. Maybe next time you may get into an office, bump onto them when you're looking for an opportunity or a job, and then because you know them, you get that opportunity, right? Yes, so I want to speak about from learning to earning, navigating the post-school hustle, which is the role that all of us identify with, you know. And I can say when I finished university, what I did at that point when all that confusion, I printed a lot of CVs. I went online, looked for all the companies I want to work with, I wrote them down. Then I made a schedule, and in that schedule, I had already marked each day 4 companies. Each day 4 companies. When people wake up to go to work, at 7 a.m., I'm boarding a matatu. It was my first time in Nairobi. Yeah, I was boarding a matatu 7 a.m. so that by 8 a.m. I'm knocking in different offices so that I can submit my CVs. Yeah. Then what happened after almost a month of not getting anything? I decided to volunteer. My career, applied statistics with computing. We have very, you know, when it comes to opportunities or companies you can work with, that time they were few, very few, you know. So I volunteered, and I volunteered for 2 weeks. And in my volunteership, they got to know the degree that I did. And so they put me on project management. They gave me a region, you know. So sometimes when you're looking for a job, it doesn't just come by. You know, you don't apply, then it comes by. Sometimes you've got to volunteer, and you take care of your transport, your lunch, but that builds you, you know. It builds resilience in you, right? So that's what happened. And then after 2 weeks, I got project management. The salary was not so good in an entrepreneur in mind and in person. So what I did, I started doing double job. I'm employed, yes, but then I was going to Uganda, getting goods from Uganda, bringing them to Kenya to sell them. And nobody took me to Uganda to orient me. I just asked, where do goods are bought in Uganda, you know? I went there alone, and I was able to buy and come back. So I was, during our weekdays, I will just, I will do my job. On Friday, I board a bus to Kampala. I come back on Sunday, do my sales. Monday, I'm in the office, you know? Somehow, some way, something had to give. It was Nairobi that I was in. Life is so fast. Everyone is brutal. Not everyone in entirety, but most people mind about themselves. You know, at least in here in Mombasa, kuna ile cohesiveness in the community. Hata jirani yako anaweza kukupatia, you know, wali. You know, if things get tough, you can rely on someone. But in Nairobi, you are alone. Even your relatives, you have to call them to book an appointment to visit them. You know, you can't just show up at Nikonja. For who? You can't show up like that, yeah? So that is life in Nairobi. So I knew something must give. Some way, somehow, I have to create that door for me. And I'm a dreamer. I'm an ambitious person. And I know even though I want to get employed, it will be just for a just short period as I pave my way to start my own company, yeah? And so I got good, God was good. After almost 8 months, I got employed with an international NGO, working 35 hours a week. And then I realized, oh, the salary is good, everything is good, but I felt like they were wasting my mind, you know? Because you go to work, you work from, it's 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm literally done. Everything, like there's nothing else to do. Then what do you do next, you know? So because I was used to doing business, I wanted something to challenge me, something I can go for, you know? And that comes to being able to manage yourself, lead yourself, self-leadership, you know? You get to know, this is who I want to become, so I'm going to create a schedule for me, a to-do list for me, goals for me, and also milestones that are tied to short and long term, and go for them. So every single day when you wake up, you have a schedule and a calendar. Not done by anyone else, not even a mentor, but yourself, yeah? So that's what happened. And after 2 years in that NGO, I was like, I'm done, you know? So I resigned to start my own communications company, Eminence Global. And during that time, of course, it was murky. You were getting into a field that I had no mentor, I had no one to ask about. So I had to actually keep on reading, learning from other people, and I did a lot of online reading, a lot of it, before I even enrolled for my master's in communication, you know. But way before I did my master's, I had already started a company, have clients who were paying me more than when I was being paid, the pay in NGO. So what am I trying to tell you? You've been different people have talked to you, different companies, bank, AA, maritime, you know, school, they have talked to you on the opportunities available in these industries, right? But it takes self-will to push yourself, to know who you want to be, and also to not fear knocking on those doors, yeah? I can tell you for sure 7 years now of running Eminence Global. And when it comes to running, I'm not speaking of having local-only clients, you know. We've worked with governments, governments of Mauritius, governments of Uganda, the government of Kenya, government of Tunisia. We've worked with different governments, handling government projects, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. Literally today, if you ask me the market of any African country, I will be able to tell you because I've operated in that market, you know? And even some countries have not gone there in person. That's why we have technology, you know? AI, which is inevitable. You have your digital phones, you know? Sometimes you've heard of virtual services. Have you heard of remote working? Yes, like COVID-19 made that so easy for all companies to adopt it, right? So in that period, actually during COVID-19, we were working for a client in Canada from Kenya, running a call center that I've never been to Canada at that time. And that did not require someone to introduce me, for someone to know me, so they can give me the contract on friendly basis. It wasn't that. It was mostly because of you've seen the opportunity, you've applied, or most cases was, let's say for example, like maritime college, you know? We sit down with my team, we develop a pitch for them. We analyze them to know what are their weaknesses, what are their strengths, what are they missing. Then we discuss on what solutions we can provide for them. We develop a pitch, we approach them, we pitch to them. If they're happy with it, they onboard us, or they become our clients. So most of the clients that we have at Eminence Global were people we actually walked to. It was not advertised, you know? You analyze them, you get to know them. So opportunities sometimes will not knock on your door. It will not just come and tell you, hey, I am here. It won't. You have to go get it. You know, sometimes it might be the hard way. Yes, it may take you long, yes, but you are learning. And in that process of learning, by the time you come to reach the level that you want, the miracle or the success will be too big for anyone to destroy. All right? So, can somebody go down? So Fursa is bringing solution to you, LETA solution, right? And the solution that we are bringing to you is not only on opportunity in our companies, is to encourage you as a student, encourage you as maybe a junior employee or a college or university or any person who is here who is an entrepreneur to don't sit down. Do not feel sorry for yourself or feel like the world is coming to an end because you've not reached yet the mark or the goal you want to be or to get. Just go for it. Create that opportunity for yourself. Yeah? So number one thing after you finish university or you complete your college or school is to embrace the reality of change. You know? And that is now you are taking control of your life. No one else is dictating to you where you should go, where you should be, and what time. It's the time that you're taking control of your life. So you have to accept it, own it, and after that, start developing programs or to-do list of what, of the goal you're working towards to, all right? Then the second one is leverage what you've learned. You've been impacted with transferable skills at university, critical thinking, problem solving, skills. And of course, what you've learned in school, you know? Analyze it and see how you can transfer it. See what you can start with what you've learned. I started by being employed in the career that in the degree that I learned, right? In school, I was employed first. That's what I had at that particular time, and that's what I started with. So you can start with what you've learned right now as you work towards your future goal. And then another one is build your hustle muscle. So I want to focus mostly on that. So how do you do that? Right now, I had a guy who said that he has been trying to get a job, but he has not gotten, and it's frustrating him, yeah? So that is normal. So you have to think beyond employment. The first guy who spoke to us put someone here who was a beba. They're called beba, right? Alikuwa mbeba plastics nyingi sana, you know? To him, that is an opportunity. Aliona hapati kazi ya kukuwa employed. So what happened? He started that, you know, to kubeba plastics, you know. So you have to think of where should I start? If you've not gotten a job, how do I start? He started a real estate company. He started, remind me your foundation? Sam Morris Foundation. You know, and he also takes on tender, meaning that in tender you just have to know, oh, what do I supply? What can I get from the manufacturers to the end user? And you can become an in-between person. Alikwambia kuna watu ambao pia ni brokers, yeah? So you have to think of the opportunities not only in employment, but who are you? What do you want to do? And start by creating that opportunity for yourself. You know, you can be a consultant, maybe in banking sector. You can be consultant in waste management, or you can, if you have learned anything in medical field, you can become a consultant. the thing is, do not be afraid to knock on those doors. Do not be afraid to pitch. Have the self-will to push yourself to your goal. Okay? So think beyond employment. Another thing in build your hustle muscle is strategic networking. I asked you to stand up, get to know 3 or 4 people. You know, in business, even after, I'm a very introverted woman, you know. I love, if I have everything in my house, I can stay 2-3 months without even going outside, and I don't even care about the outside world. I can live with only one friend that I can tell everything about myself and not confide with anyone else. So you can imagine, I'm in the communication field. You expect me to be, you know, talkative everywhere. But I'm more of an ambivert. I'm only talkative. My work makes me an extrovert. But me, as Michaela, I'm such a very, very bad introvert, you know? But guess what? When I got into that field, I realized my networks are the ones that are going to bring money. And so I had to get out there, you know? Events like these ones, associations, you know, friendly groups, boot camps, retreats, those are the ones now you start enrolling. And not those ones just anyone's, but after you've done self-analysis, found out who you are and who you want to become, then list down the different associations, retreats, networks that you'll want to join, then you start by building those networks, you know? So your network is your net worth. And then the last thing, be ready to start small. Someone told you about her sister. Your sister or your cousin? Your cousin. She said that the cousin has a degree, but she had a job that was casual. She started there. They asked for a certificate. She submitted the certificate. They asked for a degree. She submitted the degree. And she climbed through the ladder like that until she became a manager, right? So be ready to start small, whether as an entrepreneur or even as somebody who is looking for employment. Be ready sometimes to start small. I volunteered. I had a degree, but I was like, I'm not getting any employment, so let me volunteer, you know? So always be ready to start small. And then another thing is manage your money like a pro. It doesn't matter how much you're getting, if it's maybe 20K per month, 5K per month, 10K per month. Always be able to manage your money, know what to invest in, and also know, what budget works for you, okay? But do not be shy to aim for the sky. Because sometimes when you have big goals, you push yourself towards that. Mtala, is my time almost over? All right, sorry. So I'll finish up by saying you have to balance the hustle with self-care, you know? In all that, as you're working towards your life, sometimes people get consumed in it. And for me, especially the first 3-4 years, I was a workaholic. I'll work from morning 3 a.m. to 6 p.m. Have a break a little bit, play with my family, my daughter, go back to work at 8 p.m. Sleep at 10, wake up at 3 a.m. So it was more of, there's no life. You don't feel like you're alive. You just feel like you're this small robot that wakes up with a to-do list, accomplishes it, reviews it, wakes up again to do it, and it becomes a life that is hard. You know, so in all that, you remember to take a break, have your own unwinding time with family, friends, or relatives. And the most important and critical point at the end is leverage on technology. You have right now AI. I know for sure some people are calling it very weird things. It's just like the way we had smartphones, right? Tulikuwa na phones zilikuwa zinakaa muhogo kitambo, very big ones. They couldn't even fit in your bags, right? But now we have smartphones. People adapt and they evolve. So right now we have high technology. Leverage on that. As it is, the world is just a one, how do we call it? It's just like a small place. It has become a small place. Literally, right now, I can make a call to Canada and we can have a meeting, right? Can have a meeting with someone in Australia, you know, because of technology. So your education, you know, married together with technology, it's a force that no one can stop. All right? So even if you didn't do anything on IT or on tech, please try as much as possible to learn about technology. And right now, AI, because it's inevitable, you know? And that's why most people are in fear of losing their job. But literally, AI, you have to feed it information for it to output, yeah? So it means that they need a human to actually control it. Yeah? So please learn about it, get to marry it with your career. And why am I saying that? Because how I started my job, I didn't have money to put up an office. I didn't have money to say that I started with 0 shillings, but I started with a website. And that time, website was free, you know, WordPress. It was free, so I put up a website, what I love doing, and with that, I started marketing it. Anybody I meet, I tell them I have this website. And that's where I got the first company that actually consulted with me, yeah? So meaning if I didn't have the website, it would have been 2 times harder going out there. Right now with Eminence Global, if you Google anywhere in the world, it's on the first page of Google. So we get clients from all over the world who don't actually call someone to refer them to us, but they check online, see who are the leading companies in Kenya, who are the leading companies maybe in Uganda, or there they see Eminence Global, all right? So leverage on technology. But most important thing is self-leadership, discipline, and development of resiliency, all right? With that, you can make it. And so we are offering Fursa, an opportunity for youth, and that is through Elevate You in partnership with Fursa and AMREF International University. And it's a 3-day retreat to impact youths who are starting jobs, you know. And in this opportunity, you get to learn how to invest, how to start in the world. But the most important part is we get to list down companies that are looking for people of your expertise and reach out to these companies to try to fill them in with your expertise, all right? So after that, you can liaise with Fidal, or you can liaise with any leader or official of Fursa. Write your name down for Elevate You, and then AMREF or Eminence Global or Fursa will reach out to you and be able to inform you further, give you further details about Elevate You 360 program. Then you can join, all right? Thank you so much.
I know we must have several questions in the audience, but do not worry. Madam Michaela Mongura will be in the panel, so all the questions that we have, you will have an opportunity to ask them. Before I invite the next speaker, I have a few announcements. We will be having a panel immediately after this next speaker. The panel will be having very, very notable keynote speakers, starting with the beautiful Michaela. She'll be back to talk to us. We'll also be having Vincent Olilo from AA Kenya. We'll also be having Sir Maurice Odero from Sir Maurice Foundation. And last but not least, we'll be having Hamadi Kisato. Now, that will be the session where I'll be inviting the voice, inner voice, Mr. Mutala Mulkosia. So do not go anywhere. There's a lot lined up for us. So are we ready for the next session? Are we ready? Oh, the people are tired. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. My people, we stand up. Tunasimama. Watu wangu wa Mombasa, simameni. Hii session ingine pia lazima tuchangamke kidogo. Sawa? Tuchangamke, tuchangamke. Stand up, stand up. Aha, aha. Are we all standing up? Thank you. Naona, najua tumechoka watu wangu. Mombasa hatupendi kukaa sana, lakini ni sawa. So, hii si wachangamshe mimi. Na invite mwenye huwa anachangamsha watu professionally. Are we ready for that? Are we ready? So allow me to invite Mr. Hamadi Kisato, who's a mentor and mental health practitioner. Karibu sana.
Hello. How are you? My name is Hamadi Kichawele Kisato. It has synced in? Whichever you prefer is okay. All are my names. Now, there is an activity that we've been doing here, right? There's a female version now, there is the gentleman version. Okay? You know, I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. Sindio? Now we'll say it very fast. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. I'm alive, alert, awake. I'm awake, alert, alive. I'm alive, alert. Eh? You get? Flow imeshika. Sindio? Find space, stretch yourself. Find space, stretch yourself. To the right, to the left. To the right, to the left. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. Sawa. Twendeni. 1, 2, go. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. You know the actions, right? Sorry, men cannot multitask, so I can't use my hands while speaking. Apologies. Okay? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. I'm alive, alert, awake. I'm awake, alert, alive. I'm alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic. I told you, men can't multitask. Thank you so much. You may have your seat. Yes, and that is my presentation. So, I have been introduced as Mr. Hamadi Kichawele Kisato. In other platforms, since I interact with many youths and find myself in many circles where people gather, I might be mistaken as not Mr., but I serve in an organization called International Christian Center Mombasa. I am one of the pastors there. You're good? And it is very interesting, I've said it that way, because as pastors, most people think we are not professionals. However, I am a mental health coach, certified mental health coach. I also hold a degree, Bachelor of Science in Communications and Public Relations. Yes, wow. I've known the founder of Fursa Kenya for quite a very long time. In an organization that I had volunteered while I was in Form 2, meaning I have a working experience since I was in Form 2. We're together. And today, basically, I know you've learned about mental health, and basically that's what we're going to talk about. From a mental health coach, I don't know if the other person was a psychologist or a therapist in it. I wasn't there for the session, I'm really sorry for that. However, I'm going to bring it in a space of coaching perspective. Are we together? And I have the shortest time possible to nail this so that we get into a panel session and so that you can be able to bombard us with a lot of questions. Are we together? I know you have very many questions, right? And you're hungry, isn't it? But I'll feed you with the word today. Are we together? Now, what am I talking about? Addressing mental health challenges, underlying mental health challenges in youth, that is specific audience, the youth, and their impact on development, meaning mental health challenges and the impact of mental health challenges in development, or rather on development. And then I'm going to give you strategies for overcoming these challenges. What am I going to give you? They are in bold. They are not underlined, but in bold, in capital letters. So I'm going to talk about the mental health challenges in youth, impact on development, and with the strategies for overcoming these challenges. Next to it, stereotype. Right now, I was to put a photo. Unfortunately, I couldn't because this topic was given to me. Okay? Because I had a challenge because when you don't have a phone, a lot of things end up being a struggle. Sindio? Communication and all that, people can't reach you. So I found this today morning when my phone came. So I created this very fast. Otherwise, I would have put a photo there and asked you. When you hear the word mental health, because when you do training, oftentimes we usually ask. Yes. Depression, good. Good. Yes. Anxiety. Anyone else? Yes. Stress. Those are good words. There are no wrong answers here. Yes. Angry. Good. Anyone else? One last one. Grief. Thank you. Those are very good answers. Very good answers. But before I get to these reflection questions, I want to give you the World Health Organization definition. Mental health is a state of well-being. Okay? World Health Organization definition, well-being, in which an individual realizes their own abilities, meaning you have abilities. You have things that you are able to do, isn't it? Or rather, you have capabilities for you to execute certain tasks, certain responsibilities, certain assignments given unto you, isn't it? You have the ability to think. You have the ability to walk. You have the ability to use your hand or hands to function in a certain way, isn't it? And so individuals realizes their own ability. You have to realize these abilities. Second, can cope with normal stresses of life. Meaning, when you're grieving, you can't cope with the normal stresses of life. When you're undergoing depression, you can't cope with the normal stresses of life. When you're anxious, you can't cope with the normal stresses of life. And some of us are students, some of us are not, some of us are in the work environment. And sometimes there is a statement when you apply, I can work under pressure. My friend, you cannot work under pressure without planning. And you're like, I can, give me work. My friend, you'll be given work that's supposed to take you 8 hours. And you only have 2 hours to deliver. You will pluck your hair, and if you have a wig and you're a lady, you will scratch it and beat it. My friend, the heat in Mombasa is not friendly. Mbuzi choma itakuwa inatokea tu hapo. Anyway, let's proceed. Can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively. You have to work productively when you consider mental health. And last but not least, and is able to make a contribution to their community. LETA, solution to the community. Sawa sawa. That is the World Health Organization definition. So when you focus on the 4 things that have been highlighted there, ask yourself these questions. What are these things that hinder me from functioning fully when my mental health is concerned? You've mentioned depression, right? You've mentioned anxiety. You've mentioned panic attack is actually something. Anger is a mental health issue. I'm talking about mental health, not illness. These are 2 different things, and I'll explain in a few because I have a short time here before we get into a panel. I'll go back here and ask you, when you get sick, where do you go? Physically. Right now, when your toe is hit, you'll go to see a physiotherapist, isn't it? They'll tell you to do an x-ray, and then you'll get to determine what's going on. Number 2, when you want to gain physical strength, what do? Kuna majamaa hapa ni watu kupump magym, si ndio? Recently I introduced gym ya mawe kwa nyumba yangu. So mi ni wa mawe, wengine ni wa chuma, mi ni wa mawe. Sawa? Because I want to build a certain kind of capacity in my physical strength. Okay? Nyama za uzembe lazima nizitoe. So I have to work out. Mnazitanga love handles, Mimi nazita nyama za uzembe. So this fat has to go. I have to work out. I have to do cardio and all these things. I have to focus on my physical health. Tuko pamoja? Meaning there are things you can do when these questions are concerned. Number 3, when you are looking for a specialized treatment, physical treatment, what do? For the ladies, if it is matters to do with your SRH, you go to the gynecologist. Okay? Unfortunately for men, we don't have. We only have a general one called the urologist, also features in the ladies as well. Unfortunately, isn't it? When you have a specific mobility issue, you'll have to go see a physio therapist. When you have an ENT issue, that is ear, nose, and throat, you have to go to an ENT specialist. We have solutions for all these things, but one thing in particular we forget is our mental health. We don't know where to go. In fact, mental health is such stereotyped to a point where when you say, I feel angry, you're like, hey, Buddha, kumeanza kwenda aje? Or I have anxiety attack. Hey, bro, maisha imekulemea nini? While deep down inside, mental health is actually one of the most critical health issue that needs to be addressed, that needs to be talked about, because that one thing determines your functionality. Did you know 80% of cancer patients suffer a mental health issue, and that is based on unforgiveness? Unforgiveness, bitterness, anger, resentment. A study was done in the Americas, since that's the school that I went to, Liberty University, where, that is the mental health coaching, where 80% of the cancer patients that were treated there, it was determined that most of them, actually the 80%, were actually suffering from unforgiveness. Whether they had grief, and so they had an issue with their maker, and they couldn't forgive the fact that God stole their loved one. You get? So they were bitter about something, they were angry about something. So if we focus on treating our mental health or dealing with our mental health, chances are tutaepuka shida nyingi sana. When you ask somebody somebody tells you, I have ulcers, what's the first question you'll ask them? Uko na stress za nini, si ndio? Why would you go there? You have a headache, a migraine. A migraine is a mental health issue because you're having a lot of stress in your mind. You're thinking, processing a lot of things at the same time, to a point where your head cannot handle that. The nerves, the neurotransmitters in your head cannot process everything at one go, meaning you're suffering from something. You're dealing with an issue that is underlying for you to have a migraine. Are we together? So where do we go when we have mental health issues? When you feel angry, when you feel stressed, when you feel the pressures of life are overwhelming, where do you go? That is where us, the mental health coaches, the first responders, come in. Before you go to the doctor, you go through the triage, isn't it? They have to measure your weight, they have to check everything and determine that your vitals are okay. The emergency response team, we are the emergency response team. You have to come to us, we listen to you, we determine whether it is a health issue that we can deal with, or we'll have to take you to an illness expert. That is where now you're referred to a psychologist or a psychiatrist to help you navigate through those things and diagnose the specific issue. Are we together? Nimepoteza mtu? Yeah? Nimeacha hapo for long ndio muweze kusoma wakati ninaongea, si ndio? I usually have an issue with time. So if I'm given 10 minutes, I have to ensure the 10 minutes I have, utilize them effectively. Now, when we focus on the definition, we observe an individual realizes their own abilities, meaning you have to realize your own ability. When Mrs. Mwangure, if I'm not wrong, Mwangura, Michaela, yes. When she stood here and said, she was asking herself, what's her purpose? What's the goal? What's this that I'm living for? What's this that I'm diving into? Many of us have similar questions. You're working, yes, but you're asking yourself, where does the end come? What more can I do with this life of mine? It simply means you know you have abilities, but you're not utilizing them 100%. Let me give you an example. The phone you're using right now, currently I own an old phone. It's a very old phone. If I tell Fidel the phone that I am using, he will laugh at me because he's using the latest version. This is an S10, Samsung Galaxy S10. It cannot upgrade past Android 9. You guys are talking of Android 14, isn't it? It cannot go past Android 9, meaning you're more upgraded than mine. Okay? Now let me give you a shocker. You use your phone less than 2% of its capabilities. The reason I stay with my S10, it's because currently I've realized I've upgraded to using it 10% of its capabilities. Imagine you are that phone and this world is using you, utilizing your capabilities, only 2%. Utakuwa frustrated, unashanga simu ina overheat yenyewe kwa kujisikia tu. You're always putting it on the charger, uko TikTok, una scroll, frustration juu ya frustration. Unaadmire maisha ya keeping up with the Kardashians, na uja keep up with the Kalumes. Number 2, can cope with the normal stresses of life. Are you able to cope with the normal stresses that you deal with every day before you go to keeping up with the Kardashians? Oh yeah, that's why I wrote that. What we observe. Time, eh? Thank you. Can we work productively to make contributions to the community? I am concluding. Being blunt, what does your search history look like in your social media platforms? Does it contain learning things or following what's trending, or just following someone in order to be like or look like them? Tough questions. Statistics. 1 in 7 adolescents globally experiences a mental health condition, yet most of these remain untreated. You can continue reading. You've mentioned most of them. Profoundly, these challenges can profoundly impact a young person's development, affecting education, relationships, and future career prospects. What makes you want to cheat on somebody, honestly? Ni identity crisis ama ni nini? Because that's what leads to some of these things. I've sat down with many couples, young couples, sitting down with them and just asking them questions. One wants to prove their ego. They want to have a last say, a last word in an argument. You don't have to. It's a mental health issue. I'm just throwing them out there. So when you go to the panel, you can ask all the questions you want. Worse still, untreated mental health issues can escalate, leading to substance abuse. You ask yourself why people fall into drug abuse. Now you know. Self-harm, the ones who cut themselves, or even suicide, tragically. Sad. So what can we do? This is when we'll go to discuss in the panel session, and I'd like to hand this over to the moderator. And God bless you, and as I usually say, I end my sessions like this: I love you. I know you haven't had this from anyone today.
Thank you, Pastor Hamadi Kisato. Ametuliza, tunajaribu keep up with the Kardashians na tumeshindwa ku keep up with the Kalumes. Concentrate, my people. So we're going to go on a commercial break as we appreciate our partners, starting with our Airy Pixel Media. Let's clap for them. Tuwapige makofi. So I am going to ask of you a very, very huge favor. Nikitaja partner, tunapiga makofi. Sawa? Kwa sababu umehakikisha tuko hapa, tunapata haya mafunzo bure bila kulipa chochote. Kwa hivyo tutaanza tena. Tuko tayari? Tuanze tena, si ndio? Tunaanza na Airy Pixel Media. Thank you. We go to Mambo ni Matatu. Close the Gap. Access Bank, Sir Maurice Foundation, AA Kenya, Blue Radio, Kushi Motors, Kingdom Bank, Kenya Red Cross, Mombasa County Government, Eminence Global, Bandari Maritime Academy, Sarova White Sands, Coast Region Rotaract Club, Chiromo Hospital Global, West Lax, and last but not least, Prix Photography. Thank you so much to our partners for making sure that we get this information right here. So, I have a question before I invite the panel. Who knows the meaning of HSC? Tukiona jina inamaanisha nini? Niko na swali. My boss is here and akona zawadi. HSC. What does it mean? Iro. Na waona msiinue mkono. Nataka huko. HSC. Hatujui? We don't know. Okay, the person who has that title in front of the name will be telling us, okay? So we'd love to invite the moderator of the panel, HSC, Mutala Mukosia, who will be the moderator. I would also love to invite you back on stage so we can come and we can ask you all the questions that we have. Madam Michaela Mongura, the Director, Eminence Global, karibu sana. Tupige makofi. Hey, tumesahau. We clap, bana. I would also love to invite back on stage Vincent Olilo from AA Driving. Karibu sana, Mr. Vincent. I would also love to invite the founder of Sir Maurice Foundation, Sir Maurice Odero. Karibu sana, Sir Maurice. And last but not least, mchungaji. Ako wapi? Najua hajamaliza hata kunywa maji, lakini we would love to invite back on stage Pastor Hamadi Kisato. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Thank you so much. To you, our HSC. Tuambie hiyo inamaanisha nini kwanza? Vijana hatuelewi.
Good evening. So basically the brief of HSC is just a state of, not just, it is head of state commendation. That is the meaning of that. Thank you.
Makofi kwake.
I think you forgot to mention one guest, Bwana John. He was supposed to join us. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a very brief panel discussion of which we are going to talk about the opportunities in Mombasa. Not only in Mombasa, because let me tell you, there is something special that also our director, Elijah Fidel, will be introducing later after the panel discussion as we finalize. And I'm more than glad you guys have, graced this event, and it has been amazing interacting with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, karibu to the LETA Solution Seminar by Fursa Kenya, and I'm also glad to be joined here by amazing people. Director Michaela Mwangura, we are having the gentleman from AA, then the CEO, of course, and our coach. Karibuni sana. So we already done the introductory part of it, so we'll not be talking much about, who is this, who does this. So I want to go to the first question. Madam Michaela Mwangura, you have talked about the opportunities that people can tap into. But the main question is that what are people getting it wrong? What is this thing? We are talking about you can start or maybe volunteering, but we have not talked about where people really or the youth get it wrong when they are trying to get opportunities, that is in employment or maybe starting businesses.
Right. So you're asking where the youths get wrong.
They get it wrong, yeah.
Yes. So I can say, like yesterday at the airport, I was sitting next to a lady working for Parliament of Kenya, Kinangop constituency, and she shared with me her CV. She's a youth. She's 24 years old. But from her CV, she could not articulate clearly what her skills were. And even the experience she had written down, they were not, when I asked her questions, she could not answer. She said she just learned in school, she never got to practice. So where they get wrong is misrepresentation of yourself in the CV. And then also sometimes it might be you're also selling yourself short. You might be having good experience, well-learned, smart, but you're not able to share with the right people your strengths, or maybe you underplay yourself. And another thing where the youths get it wrong, they think also that sometimes it starts with the job.
because in most cases you bid, you find the priority was given to youth. The companies that were bidding are open companies. There's women, there's persons with disability. Actually, persons with disability is given more of first priority. And there are youths that are even people who are with the disability. So I have a trend that I've done a research that most of the tenders, youths have got opportunity, but they don't submit their documents. They only, if you are told to supply maybe the tabs, you go to the shop, ask for the price, you are told it is maybe 50,000. You put your markup, you supply it at 60,000. Definitely 60,000. Normally I know they'll ask, where do you get the capital? I know of somebody who borrowed from his parent 50,000. He supplied a laptop. He supplied a refurbished laptop. He sold it at 60,000. He got his first 10,000 as a capital. So normally the mentality is that you must have the urge that when you are given 1,000, are you able to make 1,000, 1,100? That's the mentality that somebody should have. Are you able to change 100 shillings to 110? That is, you're having a business mind with you. So that is where most youths, we have them, we have our brothers, but when we talk to them, all of them always think of being employed. But employment opportunities are few, but business opportunities are so many. It's a matter of time. It does not mean that all the jobs that I bid, I get. Actually, I normally bid for 8 and I get 2. But the moment I get 2, I work on the 2, but the time I'm doing this one, I'm also bidding for the rest. So it's a continuous thing. The same way when you are reporting every day from 8 to 5, you are going daily. But there's nothing stopping me from bidding daily because advertisements are done on daily basis. My office is ever running on tendering. We normally try, we try, and we are called for negotiation. At times, I get a job because a youth never applied. So I'm called to negotiate at the rate where the youth was supposed to be given. So that's where we get it wrong. I want to, when we live here, the youths here embrace entrepreneurship.
Thank you, sir. So the next question actually is going to Mr. John here, because then we later on go to Wanao Lilo. The reason I'm asking these questions is because I'm very passionate about real estate, and I've been in the real estate for close to 5 years, from salesperson to communication to managerial level. But I came to realize that not only the youth, actually many people don't know much about real estate, especially we are talking about titles. Right now, there is freehold, there is, there is also the introductory part of the sectional titles that has been just introduced the other day. So how do you, like in the real estate sector, actually create knowledge, not only to the youth who want to invest, but also to the community at large, because there's an opportunity for them to tap into something that's going to be for their future. So how are you creating that knowledge, especially people getting to understand more about real estate?
Hey, thank you so much. Hiyo kizungu mimi sitawezana nayo. Mtasikia Kiswahili? Yeah? So, thank you so much, my friend. I will try to answer you kwa hii lugha yetu tunaelewa sisi wote. So, real estate basically inamaanisha kwamba ununuzi na uuzaji wa mashamba na ujenzi pia, si ndio? And ile kitu muhimu kwa real estate ni wewe kujua hili shamba linalouzwa ni la ekari ngapi. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza, una note down. Anayeuza ni mwenyewe ama ni broker, una note down. Tumekubaliana? Je, hili shamba ni la kulipiwa after 99 years ama ukinunua halitarudi tena, lirudi kwa serikali? Tunakubaliana? So real estate ina involve just kujua kwamba kwanza shamba iko wapi, inauzwa pesa ngapi, alafu pia hiyo shamba ni size gani na ina owners wangapi. Tunakubaliana? Na hii nafasi mimi naipatiana kama challenge. kama kuna mahali unaweza tengeneza pesa mzuri overnight, ni kwa real estate. Ukitaka kuwa millionaire, just venture into real estate. I will take you and guide you vile utaweza kutengeneza pesa kwa real estate. I give opportunity and platform to train you every Wednesday in our office, just to make you, at least you understand all about real estate. If you allow me, there is a small story about this guy.
Briefly.
Briefly. This guy is called Kororia. And you know, he is an MP right now. He made 57 million in a single day. 57 million in a single day. Just Google. It is not me. Sio mimi ambaye niliandika, si ndio? Ni kitu ambaye iko hapo, ni story inaendelea kwa mtandao. Just Google Kororia, the person who got 57 million a day. How did he do it? Alianza small huko mtaani. Kusikia shamba inauzwa, unaandika chini. Ni nani anauza, unaandika chini. Unaelewa iko wapi, unaandika chini. Inauzwa pesa ngapi? Na si lazima ukuwe na pesa za kuinunua. Because even Kororia, he didn't have money to buy. Alienda tu, akajua kuna shamba inauzwa, and then akapata mteja wa kununua. So it's a long story, but to make it short, this is area that you can really make good money. Na muanze mapema. Hata nyinyi wanafunzi, start learning about real estate. Uuzaji na ununuzi na uuzaji wa mashamba. You can be a broker. Ukuja ni kutrain vile utakuwa broker wa kununua na kuuza shamba. You get million. Commission 100,000, 50,000, 200,000, 1 million. Unanunua gari yako na mwingine ananunua nyumba ama shamba na anajenga. So thank you so much. Kama nimejaribu kujibu vile uliuliza.
Thank you. You know, in real estate there is so much, and real estate is actually building up. Now we are talking about brokers having licenses so that they can be able to do this. Maybe you can talk to the CEO here so that he can direct you what to do. So the next question goes to you, Bwana Vincent. Then, because when we talk about this, Hamadi will be coming later because he touches all of us about mental health. So he'll be guiding us, you know, what is going wrong, first of all, in the state right now, because we are having so many cases concerning mental health. And the funny thing is that, you know, many people actually don't know this is a mental health problem, I mean. So Hamadi will be touching on the same. Now, going to the transport sector, I know AA has been in the industry for over 100 years. We are talking like that, right? So we as Kenya, first of all, we are like the business hub of Africa, and we are actually leading most of these things. Right now we are having East African community. This is a region. In one way or another, one time, I know we are going to form one regional block in, you know, doing business and matters to do with economics. But I want to know, what are you doing? Because right now, we want a driver, for example, to drive from Nairobi to Kigali. But I want people to understand what you have incorporated in your program, actually to ensure that people do understand the rules. Like, you know, in Kigali, they're left-handed. We are right-handed in Kenya. So what are you doing on the same? And another idea that has been popping up, it has been a question on the internet, actually. You guys are doing training. Let me not say you guys. Actually, let me say most of, you know, the driving schools are doing driving courses during the day, right? But most accidents, according to, you know, statistics, are happening at night. So what are you doing to do in your program to ensure that people really understand that, you know, how to drive at night, or maybe to get what to do at night? And also on the same, touch on what you're trying to do as a regional leader so that you ensure your drivers are all rounded.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I'll begin with the second question about what you're doing with matters to do with the accidents that are happening. Well, we have guidelines that we follow, basically, because we are also under the regulation of NTSA. The regulation of NTSA caps the training time from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. So the training is is supposed to be, that's the basic level training for licensing. And that's what we also, and many driving schools basically follow that. When it comes to the accidents happening, there's what we call the roads, the defensive driving, because there's the basic driver training for licensing that happens, that's for the sake of getting the license, but defensive driving, which is safe driving regardless of the change of weather, change of the lighting, change of different circumstances on the road, happens with an advanced training. And most drivers don't go for training for that matter. And that is basically back to basics driver training, because they are reminded about what they're supposed to do in changing circumstances and all that. And that's why you've seen some of the fatalities that we have on the road are actually controlled. They can be prevented because there is most of the accidents happen because of the human error. Over 80% happen because of human error. Defensive driving is imparting drivers with advanced skills basically to ensure that what is within their control they can actually do and prevent the fatalities that we're seeing. When it comes to matters exposure to the international driving schools, rules and all that, we have, what we do is we give you the international driving permit. That gives you the permit to, gives you access to drive internationally, but again, you'll need to be refreshed on the other side, because in Kenya, the rules are clear. It's keep left.
On the same, you're talking about the rules should be refreshed. But take, for example, I am a trader, or maybe I am a truck driver who's driving from here maybe to Congo and back. So should I go for a refresher course, or should I take the course here in Kenya? That's what I'm trying to maybe clarify on the same.
Yeah, that might require us to probably use technology. For example, the simulators can be able to help maybe the reset of what is expected, because technology basically helps in terms of rewiring somebody's mind and is able to know how to navigate when you get to the other side. So technology can be one of the ways, and drivers equally should embrace technology so that, because the other basics remain constant. The only difference is you're keeping left, and on the other side you're keeping right, for that matter. But granted, we can be able to take that as a challenge, and but remember, we follow the regulations laid down by the government through the NTSA.
Thank you. I know that's a topic that can be expounded further, but immediately there is something we want to talk about, and that is mental health. And when we are talking about mental health, it is something that touches every field. And immediately after Mr. Hamadi has talked about this, we are going directly for a few questions. Then we finalize on the panel discussion. Then our the illustrious luminary, our director, Elijah Fidel, will be coming here to share with us more about LETA Solution Campaign, Fursa Kenya, and just to expound further on a lot of opportunities that the youths of Mombasa can tap into. So let me go to the question, Mr. Hamadi. Just yesterday or the other day, the president actually allocated over 100 million to, to fight the GBV. This is something that is happening in the country. But when you go back a bit and try to go to the core of it, is actually about mental health issues. So what is happening? Like an expert now, you have a broader view of what is happening in the country. So what is this happening in the country? And what exactly are we supposed to do? Not only the youth here, or not only the youth in the country, but generally as the people in this country, or maybe let's say the globe.
When you asked the question, the first thing that hit my mind was it's an element of need. Okay? Not want, need. Wants are things that you can do without. Need are things that you can't do without. And mental health often revolves around need. When you speak on the element of the country, allocating the money is one thing. Dealing with the core of the issue, the root cause of the issue, is another. And that does not need money. For sure, I tell you, for free, take it. Why am I saying so? Because have you met the needs of these people? I reflect on a time when, for almost 10 years, I looked for employment. I didn't get employment. And I'm not speaking of today's time. I am not that young, but I am young. However, I reflect on the time when I was looking for job opportunities. There were none. I couldn't find. Well, they were there, but I couldn't find. As recent as yesterday, I was telling a friend of mine that the need that I have is for me to be employed, right? But this company tells me I need to add a degree. This other company tells me I'm overqualified. In a duration of 1 month, I'm overqualified, I don't have a degree, I don't get an employment. There is an organization that employs me for volunteer work, doesn't pay me a shilling. For 15 good years, I've volunteered. Opportunities come and go. Where does that leave me? My needs are not met. I can't do anything that revolves around my life. I can't purchase if I was a lady, I would say I can't even purchase my own sanitary needs. Cannot be met. You get? Now for a man, I'm thinking, I don't know where I stand on matters purpose and responsibility of a man in the society. So my mind has a shift that I'm being rejected. My mind has a shift that I can't get help. My mind has a shift that I cannot be accepted anywhere in this society. So where does that lead me? It leads me to a mental illness. I'm not productive. I'm not needed. Yeah? And my needs are not met. So I isolate myself, beat myself up. Self-harm comes as an idea for me. Before it manifests to suicide, I've already gone through the whole process where I am beaten to a dark corner, almost to oblivion. And that's the state of the nation right now. Now, this man has gotten married, still goes to a hustle, doesn't get anything. Businesses are dying right now. And goes back home, and I don't want to say it's a nosy wife, no. Maybe the wife has just mentioned, today we don't have 1, 2, 3 things, innocently. And the man is like, you can't see I didn't make. And then one thing leads to another, and all of a sudden it's GBV in the house. Some, it might even be that the woman talks down on the man, or the man comes in with frustrations outside and pours it all on the woman. You couldn't make food.
Thank you so much.
You get where my thought process comes in,
sure.
and that's the state. It's a matter of need. Once the need is met, I believe every other thing falls in place.
Wow. That's so amazing, something to learn. There is a lot to learn, of course. So I want to give the opportunity to our audience here so that there are others who are having some questions when we were still doing the presentation. So Noni will be passing the mic around. And first of all, makofi kwa Noni kidogo. Makofi. She's done an amazing job.
Thank you so much. So I saw some hands up. Mkoapi, okay.
So you can just mention your name, then you direct your question to a specific guest that you want to answer that specific question. So your name, the guest, then the question.
Yeah, I'm Ali Muhammad. My question goes to a man there. Yeah.
So what we do, let's have all the questions, and then we go directly so that we can save on time. I know you guys are supposed to rush, or we are a bit late, so we're gonna be faster. So let's finish with the questions, then straight we go to the answers. Thank you.
Okay, my question goes like this. As you know, as Gen Z here, tumekuwa na kuchunguza vitu vingi sana hapa nje. Na tumegundua siri mingi kufikia sasa. Hawa madereva ambao wako qualified mbona in most accident wanatoka alive? Kuna nini huwa wanaambiwa kwa driving schools? Paka madereva wingi ambao wako qualify kwa accident nyingi hawapati ajali wao, isipokuwa wale abiria watakoko upande wa conductor wingi wanaumia hapo, lakini upande wa dereva wingi hawaumii. Na utapata watu 10 wamekufa lakini dereva amepona. Je, kuna siri gani hapo?
We have captured that.
I hope the AA man may note here. So anybody else with a question?
Anybody else with a question? There is a hand behind. Let's take 2 questions, then our guests to answer, then we finalize. Thank you.
Okay, naitwa Fiona and my question goes to Mr. Kinyanjui. Amesema kwamba like amejitolea kutrain watu, si ndio? So ungetueleza like ni wapi, sangapi, like the amount needed, ama ni bure?
How many more questions do you want?
Maybe we can have 2 the sign now. So
2 last questions. There's a gentleman there.
Yes, good evening. Yeah, my name is Yusuf. I'm sorry, I'm fond of standing while posing questions. So my question goes to my mental health practitioner brother. So I don't know if I should point it to me because it's a demeanor that I have developed personally. So what leads to procrastination? That's the first one. The second one is procrastination some sort of anxiety character? 3, then what are the measures one can take, or what measures do you think should be applied so that we can avoid or control procrastination in an individual's life? Thank you.
Thank you. Last question. Pole. I think all the panelists will be around after the panel, so the audience can continue asking those questions on a personal level. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Masi Mwangi, and my question is specific to Mr. Kinyanjui. As you have stated, when it comes to real estate agency, you usually ask around, if you ask around, or how do you acquire the information of a specified land and the details that are needed? Do you go to the land registry or do you ask the people around? And also, when it comes to matters pertaining freehold or leasehold, you have said that in freehold, if I'm wrong, you correct me. In freehold, when you buy the land, it becomes yours forever and it doesn't go back to the government. And in leasehold, usually you lease the land to a period or a maximum period of 99 years or in any other specified time that you wish. So in these 2 instances of acquiring land in Kenya, contrary to the constitution that was promulgated on 27th August 2010, like in freehold, do you have lease rates? Not lease rates, like land rates. Do you have land rates, or is it in leasehold? Like, I want to know about the land rates specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Seems like Mr. Kinyanjui have got a lot of questions to answer, but maybe let's just be brief a bit, then later on after discussion, you can interact with our panelists here so that they can expound on the same. So let's go. I want to start with Mr. Vincent here. I want Mr. Vincent to begin because I've got a lot of questions to answer. Then Amadi will finalize. So maybe Vincent, you can answer why do drivers escape alive every time you have an accident? Only passengers who are fatalities.
That's actually a good one, but let me put it on record that there's no single question in the NTSA tests that asks whether in an event of an accident you are supposed to save yourself and leave the others. Anyway, that's on a light note. The thing is, Safety is at the key of what we do in our training, and we advocate for safety of drivers and the passengers and other road users. However, there are people pick bad behaviors after the licensing. Believe you me, most of those people who are causing accidents are not new drivers on the road. Some of them qualified as drivers, okay, granted. But when these people are in the process of their experience, you encounter a life and death situation, and it's good we have him here. When it comes to human nature and you're faced with danger, we are told you have the two choices: fight or flight. If I'm right, there are three. Third one, freeze. You can either fight, freeze, or flee in that situation. And most situations, it's human instinct. It's not something that is instilled by any driving school, for that matter. It is a survival instinct that comes in. Once that happens, somebody escapes and leaves the passengers exposed to danger. And why that also happens is because of we keep left in Kenya, but most dangers, for example, if I was in a class, I would have demonstrated practically. But if you're in a two-way traffic, meaning there's traffic coming from the outside and the other one flowing on the other side, most dangers will be from the right side. On the right side. So if it's the other way around, traffic is flowing, and in the case of a head-on, because of the fight and flight situation, somebody will expose the people on the passenger side. It's an instinct. It's not something that is taught in driving schools or anything for that matter. So
thank you, sir. So, Mr. Kinyanjui, I know Mr. Kinyanjui is a salesman, and normally salesmen, I know them so well. They talk, they are really ready to talk. So, maybe in 2 minutes, kindly answer the lady and the gentleman. I hope I'm not wrong. And on the same. So, of course, they're asking about the titles and all that, and maybe just clarify on the same.
Okay, thank you so much. So, I will start with the young lady. Ameuliza, tuna offer training wapi na lilini na ni pesa ngapi? Actually, we give back to the society through the program of Keep Love Alive, and we'll just train you for free because tunaleta solution. So hatukucharge anything. It's only that it's a bit far. Currently we are doing in Kilifi at our office. It is situated in Bofa. Hapo ndio tunafanya every Wednesday free mentorship program. Kila mtu anakaribishwa. Another thing uliuliza kuhusu food, tuta make sure umekula umeshiba. Tuwezi kubali culture iangushwe, so no problem with that. The only thing utafanya, utajilipia nauli kwenda na kurudi. But still, if you are in Mombasa, you can organize with me. Unaweza kupanga na mimi, tutafute sehemu, and then naweza kuja nikawaongelesha kama mko team. Pia tunaweza ongea hata kwa simu, unaweza kukuelezea vile unaweza fanya mpaka ukakuwa real estate agent ama broker mkubwa, uingize pesa, uweke pesa kwa mfuko. So, niende kwa the queen there. Ameuliza kuhusiana na mambo ya lease na freehold. Shamba ya freehold unanunua kabisa na unakuwa protected na sheria zenye kama vile umetaja under the constitution na nini hizo zote sheria. So hii ingine ambaye ni leasehold ni baada ya miaka 99. Baada ya miaka 99 inarudishwa. na mostly zile huwa ni shamba ranches, maybe unaelewa, maybe you wanted to kufanya shughuli fulani, maybe farming, hizo ndio sana sana ziko kwa leasehold. Swali lingine uliuliza kuhusiana na mambo ya ground. Tunaulizia kwa registrar kama shamba ni genuine ama tunanunua tu. Definitely mpaka ufanye full research. Hiyo ndio huwa inafanyika. Lazima tufanye kwa ground, tuulize ni nani, tufanye research kila kitu, and then tunaenda kufanya research kwa registrar ndio tujue owner. Thank you so much.
I know later on the audience maybe will be asking questions about, but you'll not answer that. Of course, about the sectional titles. Of course, there are other titles that used to be cohort titles where they are going up to 1,000 years. So maybe later on they'll ask you. So let's go to Mr. Hamadi. There was a question from the gentleman there. So kindly.
Maybe to reiterate, it is procrastination, and if anxiety is the cause of procrastination, yep. Maybe to, not maybe actually, procrastination is a result of many other things. One, maybe you are a high achiever, apologies to put it that way, but like me, you can be a high achiever. It's just that maybe some of us have tried not to focus on that. High achievers oftentimes set high goals, and if they meet obstacles that they themselves cannot overcome, what do? They say, I'll do this some other time. And when you do that once, what your brain does, it registers every vision, every goal, everything that you're supposed to achieve as a high achievement, and so it blocks that, and what it does is it says, I will do it when I'm ready. For example, are you saving right now? Do you have a savings account? Why? Because you're waiting for the time when you'll get more money so that you can save. That's part of procrastination. There's a saying in Swahili that says, haba na haba hujaza kibaba. Sindio? When you start saving 20 shillings today, what your brain does, it registers that you are creating a habit to do something over time. That encourages you to do projects that take step initiatives. And so procrastination, anxiety does not cause procrastination. Procrastination causes anxiety. Because once you hit the line of urgent and important, anxiety kicks in, panic, you start getting attacks. Panic attacks, anxiety attacks, you name them. And what you do is you crash, you fall into depression. So what you need to do is, yes, you have this achievement that you need to make. Break it down. I will not get into that. But break it down. And then, every step you take, celebrate your win. Jinunulie soda kidogo, chapa, furahia. Celebrate that achievement. What that does, it communicates to your brain that, hey, I have achieved something. Yay! And then when you want to do something, don't say, I'll do it later. Do it now.
Thank you.
That is how I did to myself. Okay? I've answered you?
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our amazing speakers today and also our panelists. Makofi kwa kidogo. So I want to take this time also, to thank, our sponsors, of which our director, Elijah Fidel, will be mentioning them about the programs and also the opportunities they're having for you. So be ready after this panel discussion. Our director will be here to talk about the programs tomorrow, to talk about the opportunities for you. And let me tell you, this gentleman has been a man who is providing solution. Not only the youth of Mombasa, but we are talking about Kenya and also East Africa as a region. Makofi kwa Director Elijah Fidel pia. So, as we finalize, nataka tupigie makofi tena. Our panelists, of course, will begin with Mr. Morris, Engineer Morris Odero. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Then we go to our mentor, of course, Hamadi Kisato. Makofi kwake. Then we have Vincent Olilo, Branch Manager AA here in Mombasa. Then we have CEO John Kinyanjui. and of course, Madam Michaela Mwangura, Director, Eminence Global. So without further ado, I want to thank you, our audience, for being patient. Actually, I can say we have had a good time here in Mombasa. And let me tell you, LETA solution is not only a solution, but also a future by Fursa Kenya. So asante sana and have a good time. My name is Mtala Mkosia, HSC.
Thank you so much to our panelists and then our great moderator for that very insightful session. I would love to invite our director now to come and speak to us.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Najua mmechoka sana. We have taken much of your time, but and sisi ndio tumekuja na LETA Solution Campaign. So what we do exactly in Fursa Kenya is it's a county-to-county mega seminar guiding youths on productive, profitable investments and market opportunities. And that's why tumewaletea fursa, tumewaletea opportunity. Si zile tu seminar ambao utakuja, utahubiriwa, ama kama ni zile campaigns za wanasiasa watakuja wakuhubiria and they go. This one is we bring the right people who can tell you njia ni hapa unaweza pita na ukafanikiwa. So it's a county to county, and this time round we're in Mombasa and we are focusing in 4 counties in Coast Region, that is Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale and Taita Taveta. So Mombasa tumeifanya this time hapa, and maybe next time we'll announce when we are going to another county, that is Kwale, Kilifi and Kwale and Taita Taveta for the coastal region. If you're done with the coastal region, we'll be moving to other regions, kama ni uko kwa Murima, ama ni other regions, Western, any other region that we have in Kenya. Second, I just want to thank our dear sponsors who have come and partners who have partnered with us to ensure that Fursa LETA Solution Campaign imefanikiwa, kiasi hichi kimefanikiwa despite asubuhi kuwa na mvua na nini, but our sponsors were patient with us mpaka wametokea. I want to thank also the speakers. I will start thanking sponsors moja moja, starting with Sir Morris Foundation, who has stood with us from the beginning of the planning of this event, that is 3 months ago up to date. Asante sana, Sir Morris. I want to also thank our dearest Westlax. Westlax wamesimama na sisi all the way na wanatoka Kilifi County, but walisema we will be there, we want to give opportunity, tunataka kutoa fursa kwa vijana. So Westlax, asante sana Mr. Kinanju, and say greetings to your colleagues. I also want to thank our dear friends from Chiromo. Chiromo was supposed to be here, but unfortunately they couldn't, but they have participated, being our partner, and wametoa, unajua Chiromo wanadeal pia na mambo ya mental health, and I'm happy that Mr. Madi was here to talk about it. Lakini they have managed to create something called a tool, a mental illness, according to Amadi, how he has corrected me. A mental illness link whereby you can assess yourself, like you can screen yourself. So the link, we will be posting it in our social media handles, and if you want, si lazima uende kule. Uta click tu kule link, ni bure. Utajibu yale maswali yao na wao kule watajua kabisa wewe ni chizi kiasi gani, and they will help you. We also want to thank Kingdom Bank, that have been our partner. We want to thank Red Cross Kenya, who it has happened walikuwa na another event, so they couldn't make it today. We want also thank at Bandari Maritime, our host. Asante sana man. He is the representative. Also we want to thank the AfriPixel, the media that it's covering, the online media, everything, the pictures, the photography. These people have been amazing. Thank you so much, Brian. We have North Coast Medical College, who have been our partner since day one, and they have been supporting all our events, and even from here they're saying we are with you still, hata Kilifi, Kwale and sehemu zingine. Thank you so much, North Coast Medical College. The other one I want to thank is AA. nao ni watu wa kwanza when they got the idea and they purchased the idea mapema, wakatuambia nyinyi na sisi tutashikana from the word go tupeleke this initiative huko so that we bring an impact to the community, especially by creating opportunities to the youth. So Mr. Olilo, thank you so much. Wengine nitawataja tu kama Access Bank, thank you. Close the Gap wamesema they had some few graduations that they had to attend somewhere. Rotaract also are in Kilifi, they couldn't make it. And want to thank Eminence Global, Madam Michaela Mangoro, all the way from Nairobi, and she came and partnered with us in this, and still she's saying she'll be there for us for the coming county to county edition. We are done with Mombasa, but even in Kilifi, Eminence Global will be asante sana. The biggest thing I loved about Eminence Global is linking us to opportunities. There is something that people don't know about Fursa. Fursa is not about we going to win something as Fursa. It's about you, youths winning something. Eminence Global brought us a partner that is Amref International. I think she has shared a little bit about it. Mimi nitawapatia tu how the big deal it is. Wale wanataka to share na sisi, to partner na wao Fursa na wao through an initiative called Elevate You 360, ambayo itawatrain wale wanafanya kazi, ni youth ambao wanafanya kazi, na wale ambao wanataka kuwa ndo wanaanza kufanya kazi, na wenye nia ya kufanya kazi, na wakiwa train watawapatia bado certificate. Na unajua Amref International certificate yao ni nzito because it's a international institution. So wakikupatia ile, wewe hata ukiapply kazi kokote as one of your backup ama maybe supporting document, tayari wewe utakuwa umepiga hatua moja mbele kushinda wale applicant wengine. Kwa hivyo nimefurahi sana Madam Michaela linking us with such people, because wale ndo watatusaidia ku bring the impact to the community by giving that. Chingine mbona nasema ni mshukuru the director ambao ni rafiki yangu tangu utotoni, Mr. Omar. Mr. Omar, karibu useme hi. You know you've been quiet hapa na kuangalia, but Mr. Omar is a mentor, is a teacher by profession, but pia ni mwenzengu ambao tulianzisha naye one CBO called Kizazi Kipya Initiative in Mikindani way back 14 years ago. And leo tena nimetokea kumuona and I was happy. Karibu sana Mr. Omar. Just say hi as I'm waiting.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, my name is Mr. Omar Hamis. I'm a teacher by profession, specialized in chemistry and mathematics. I'm a mentor by passion. With him, we started a mentorship program called Kizazi Kipya Mentorship Initiative. And I'm also an entrepreneur by default. In our mentorship program, let me share with you something. I think there are so many guest speakers, and I think I gave opportunities to each and everyone to actually speak. I'll have the opportunity another day. But what I'll wish to share with you guys are probably around 2 to 3 things. One is that we identified something which is a gap, and we came up with a solution. And allow me to teach you a song, and you're going to repeat this song after me, and then I'll tell you what is behind that song. Is that okay? Yes, najua uko na njaa lakini utarudia sawa sawa baada yangu. So there was this rich man called Kaleo. Sawa sawa? So you're going to repeat after me. Sawa sawa? I want you to try and have that mental picture. So prepare your throat. The rich man of Kaleo came back to town. Guys, nataka energy hata kama hatujakula, we are going to eat later. Please, safisha koo na twende pamoja. Sawa sawa? The rich man of Kaleo came back to town. Kindly imagine. Sawa sawa? Imagine. Tuendelee sasa. The rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The wife of the rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The son of the wife of the rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The dog of the son of the wife of the rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The tail of the dog of the son of the wife of the rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The hair on the tail on the dog of the son of the wife of the rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The mud on the hair on the tail of the dog of the son of the wife of the rich man of Kaleo came back to town. The gene on the... Now, what you have just done, it's actually a skill. Eh? We teach reading as a skill, and that's a problem with our learning institutions. So reading is a skill. We identified how reading takes place, and we teach people on how they're supposed to read. So the skill I've just taken you through is what is called mind mapping. So apart from mind mapping, we have several others that you need to go and explore. We have active recall, spaced repetition, Pomodoro, Octopus, flashcards, among others. So I can say that as youths, after we graduate, we don't go on and continue reading. But the secret is, all the solutions that we want are hidden inside those books. In our education system, there is something we call comparative education. So in comparative education, in other countries, they have classified education into 4. In Kenya, we have classified them into 3, formal, informal, and informal. In other countries, they have classified it into 4. We have scholastic education, we have professional education. That is what we get from our education system in Kenya. There are other 2 extra types of education, and that's why I'm happy to be here today, seeing students getting the opportunity of those 2 other extra education, which most of the time we don't get at school. Which ones are they? The financial education and the self-development education. You, my fellow youth who is seated there, trust you me, what you are seeing around, the people you are seeing around, they have given you an opportunity to go to where they are. Trust you me, you need to go there. I've heard of bits of financial literacy. Please go there, get that knowledge. Why? Because I'll just conclude by asking you a question and then giving you the answer to that question as per my understanding. In 3 seconds, can you define what money is? Thank you. Pesa ni nini? So, I'll give you this definition, that money is a form of reward that you get out of solving other people's problems. So, you guys, should you run after money or should you run after a problem? When you solve a problem, that is when you get the money. So if you are a graduate there, if you are a high school student, umeenda university ukamaliza, you have your papers and you want that money, you must engage your brain. Critically think on the problems which are around you and the solutions towards those problems. Because since morning up to now, where you spent your money was out of someone else solving a problem for you, then you giving your money in return as a reward. So, ulivotoka nyumbani, ulikuwa na shida ya transport. You went, gave the boda, the matatu, that 50 bob, 100 bob. Aka solve problem yako ya transport. So, umempatia ile pesa za reward. Ulikuwa hauna mkate, ukaenda dukani, ukapeana nini? The 50 bob, ukapewa ile mkate. Aka solve problem yako ya mkate. Ni wewe uko na gari yako, una mafuta, utaenda kwa petrol station, utapeana pesa yako, ata solve problem yako ya mafuta. It is maybe voucher, unataka kuongea na mtu in Nairobi, utapeana pesa yako kwa Safaricom, na ata solve problem yako ya communication. So, if you want more money, solve a very big problem and you'll get a lot of money. Or you can solve small problem which is common to so many people and you're going to get that money. That knowledge, trust you me, I'm a teacher and what I teach in my curriculum, I teach about the periodic table. When we go to maths, I teach about the linear programming. So my graduate who completes Form 4, akilini kwake nikimuuliza what next after Form 4, chenye nafikiria ni vitu mbili, driving na computer. But about solving a problem, it is not in their mind. So where can you get that knowledge of financial education? From the partners that have been mentioned in front here. Self-development education, you'll get it from the partners who have been mentioned here. Thank you for your time. Stay blessed. I am after that opportunity.
Sasa hiyo ndo tunaita fursa. Yeye alikuja kama mwalimu, amepata tena solution katika fursa Kenya, amepata fursa kwa sehemu nyingine. So namalizia kwa kusema nashukuru sana tena wa mwisho Mr. Amadi Kisato Kichawele, rafiki yangu miaka 16 mpaka 18. Tumehustle sote, tumekuwa mentors sote miaka mingi. Today I'm happy you are a man of God. You can help me pray, because that's where still I'm working on. Thank you. I will take this opportunity to announce Fursa Kenya tunakuaga na 3 events at a row. Moja ndio hii tumekamilisha, the mega seminar. Tomorrow we are going to have a walk. Tunaita LETA solution walk, whereby tutatembea, tutabeba tu banners kama hizi, tunazunguka from Treasury Square going to Mayavuni. It's very free. Tutazunguka 25 kilometer walk, sensitizing the community of LETA solution. Wale ambao kupata bahati ya kuja leo waalike, kesho ni bure. Ni kutembea tu, hakuna vurugu, hakuna nini. Tuko na partner wetu AA watakuwa na magari yao pale, na tutakuwa tunafanya ile walk hapo from Treasury Square. Treasury Square ni pale office of the governor. So nawakaribisha wote, and then after that tutakuwa na dinner, gala dinner. Sasa pale kwa gala dinner we were to do it kesho, but unfortunately partners wetu kama mnavyojua ni wafanyikazi na wengine wameajiriwa. So wanasema kushinda hapa siku nzima, tena kesho asubuhi wawe pale kwa walk, tena jioni tuwaite kwa dinner, wale si Gen Z, wamechoka. So wametuomba tuifanye next week Saturday pale Sarova White Sands, na tunawakaribisha kila mtu pale Sarova White Sands on 30th mje tufurahi sote. Venye mmekaa hapa usio umetoka bure, kuja upate network, kuja upate connection at Sarova White Sands. Niseme tu asanteni on behalf of Fursa Kenya, asanteni sana sana sana. I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow kuanzia hiyo saa 2 tuweze kufanya the work, and we shall call it Fursa LETA Solution Campaign. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give it up for our director, Mr. Elijah Fidel. And with that, I have been your MC, Miss Noni, and we are done with our seminar. Tupige makofi. Let's clap. Tujipigie makofi, especially for those who sat and listened. I hope you followed my advice. Before you leave, make sure you have 5 new contacts. And if you don't have a phone, I know you have a notebook somewhere. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Full of energy, ideal and dreams, waiting for an opportunity to rise The future of Kenya lies in the hands of its youth, full of energy, ideals and dreams, waiting for an opportunity to rise, to shine and make an impact. Introducing Fursa Kenya, an organization dedicated to unlocking the potential of every Kenyan youth. Change begins with you. Simama ujitokeze. On 22nd of November, join us at the Bandari Maritime Academy from 8 a.m. for the LETA Solution Mombasa edition. Tujimarishe sisi kwa sisi kama the youth of Mombasa. It is a moment of productive change. Mwanzo mpya for the coastal youth to showcase full potential through the LETA Solution initiative. The future of Kenya lies in the hands of the youths. IU corporate organizations, NGOs, CBOs, government leaders, educational institutions, media or professionals across the region. Join us as we transform the lives of the youths in Mombasa. We believe when we come together, we share the power of dreams. Through our mega seminars happening in every county, we are providing guidance on essential skills and profitable investments, helping the youth to turn their passion into purpose. Let's inspire the next generation of leaders, creators and innovators at the coast. Together, we can make a difference by opening doors to opportunity and fostering a culture of success. Let's connect them to opportunities both locally and internationally, equipping them with the tools to succeed. From business to arts, education to governance, we are bringing leaders from any sector to inspire them. The future of the coast starts now. Pamoja, let's empower the youth of Mombasa for a better change. LETA Solution Mombasa Edition, empowering change.